Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Sorry to be late. It's becoming a regular feature of this program because we have access to the studio very late. This morning I was advised at 9 minutes to 10 that the studio was available, and there are things that I have to do to get ready for the program. So that is it. Now, this morning there is a story in the Gleaner. Now, the Gleaner carried the story yesterday about the judge who went down to Westmoreland to conduct the circuit court. And she arrived on Sunday night. The court was to be opened on Monday morning. And she went to the hotel where she thought that, or she understood that arrangements had been made to accommodate her for 3 weeks. This circuit was expected to last 3 weeks, apparently. And she was told by the hotel people that they couldn't accommodate her unless that the Ministry of Justice apparently had owed them money for a long time, hadn't paid it, as I understand. Well, this is the story that we got, eh? This is, I believe, what the judge said. But anyhow, they said that they couldn't accommodate her unless the hotel fees would be prepaid, had to be prepaid. They couldn't rely upon the Ministry of Justice apparently to pay promptly. Well, this morning, the Gleaner has publishes an edited statement, and I wonder why they bothered to edit it. I mean, shouldn't they have published the whole full statement? But this statement comes from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, Senator A.J. Nicholson, and it says, Minister of Justice and Attorney General A.J. Nicholson has responded to comments made by Supreme Court Judge Al Marie Sinclair Haynes in the Westmoreland Circuit Court on Monday, that the Ministry of Justice did not make suitable arrangements for her accommodation at a particular hotel. I don't know why he's saying a particular hotel. Did she request or demand that she be accommodated at a particular hotel? I don't understand that. The judge said she had to leave the hotel when she arrived there Sunday night, and with the assistance of the police, seek accommodation elsewhere, because the hotel management demanded payment in advance. Now, this is what government in Jamaica has come to, eh? How many individuals are there in Jamaica today who could have gone to that hotel and got accommodation without having to pay in advance? I wonder. But not the Ministry of Justice, apparently. The following is an edited version of the minister's statement. Now, I don't know why they bothered to edit it, as I said, but, you know, let's go and see what the minister said. It is reported in the Gleaner, Tuesday, May 15th, that a Supreme Court judge, Almarie Sinclair Haynes, has chosen to make pronouncements, from the bench, no less, concerning the arrangements made for her accommodation in the parish of Westmoreland. It's not the arrangements made, it's the arrangements not made. Since her ladyship has chosen to elevate such information to that level, it is only right that the public be made fully aware of all the circumstances surrounding the issue. The Ministry of Justice had the duty to arrange accommodation for the judge. Is that so? The Ministry of Justice had the duty to arrange accommodation for the judge, the prosecutor, and the court reporter, all of whom would help to man the court during the sitting of the Westmoreland Circuit Court. Arrangements had properly been made for the prosecutor and the court reporter, and also for the judge's orderly, the latter by the Ministry of National Security. Right. So you hear what the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice, is saying. His ministry had a duty to make arrangements for the judge, the prosecutor, to make proper arrangements, to make proper arrangements for the judge, the prosecutor, and the court reporter, and also for the judge's orderly, right? The latter by the Ministry of National Security. Now, were such arrangements properly made? And in particular in the case of the judge. And let me ask a question. If the hotel was requiring I'm being asked to take a break.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:16.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica, but we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, we're back on this story about the judge and her hotel accommodation. Now, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice is saying in their statement published in the Gleaner that his ministry, the Ministry of Justice, had a duty to make arrangements for the accommodation of the judge, the prosecutor, court reporter, the judge's orderly, I believe. Well, although he says that the judge's orderly arrangements had been made for that person by the Ministry of Justice. He goes on to say, that arrangements had been properly made. Arrangements had properly been made for the prosecutor and the court reporter, and also for the judge's orderly, the latter by the Ministry of National Security. Now let us pay careful attention to see whether he also goes on to say that arrangements had properly been made for the accommodation of the judge. Okay? Look out for that. Okay, all concerned were to be housed at the same hotel. There was a problem concerning the arrangements that should have been made for the judge. There was a problem regarding the arrangements that should have been made for the judge, which is suggesting that those arrangements had not been made. They should have been made. They seem not to have been made. Upon arrival with her orderly, in the dead of night, and in keeping with the hotel's policy, the judge was asked to leave her credit card with them for the remainder of the night. And she would be fully accommodated until they regularized the matter with the Ministry of Justice early the following day. Now, why should this have been necessary? If the ministry had the duty to make the appropriate arrangements, why should it have been necessary for the judge to be asked to leave her credit card? And question, did she have a credit card with her at the time? Her ladyship refused, stating that she had no intention of assisting the Ministry of Justice in that regard. Well, I should myself, before I accept that she gave that as her reason for not leaving her credit card, I should prefer to hear from the judge herself on the matter. Did she tell the people at the hotel that she had no intention of assisting the Ministry of Justice in this matter? But in any event, she has her job to do, the ministry has its job. Why didn't the ministry do its job? It appears that she found accommodation elsewhere for the half night. And indeed, the matter was regularized sometime the following morning. Her ladyship thought it prudent to make her pronouncements and obviously to have the newspaper reporter on the court's in Kingston duly advised? I don't know. The court got the information, but was it the judge that called the court reporter? But in any event, the judge made her statement, and what she was saying was that if adequate arrangements were not made, then she would be having to, she wouldn't be able to preside over the session. And she was speaking directly to persons in the court, including lawyers who represented clients. And would it not have been right for her to tell these lawyers that there was no certainty that the court was going to continue? I think so. I would expect the lawyers to be highly offended if she had this problem and did not advise them, so that they didn't know. They thought that the court would be continuing, and then only to find when they came the following day that there was no court. The Gleaner's understanding had the Gleaner's understanding that the hotel had been owed money by the Ministry of Justice from 2003, which was not paid until 2006, is totally erroneous. The hotel in question will confirm that this is so. The ministry has never owed this hotel any monies whatsoever. Well, now, is it that the ministry owed some other hotel, and that this hotel got to know about it and was being careful not to find itself in that position? Is that why? Whatever it is. Anyway, let's go on. The making of that kind of pronouncement from the bench, as Her Ladyship is reported to have done, pays scant regard to her fellow Jamaicans who came to her court on Monday morning, carrying with them the many burdens that had brought them to that place. But fine, quite true. Well, no. I don't know that it pays scant regard to them, because if she has a problem continuing the court and dealing with those problems, and is it to be expected that this judge is going to be there wandering about trying to find somewhere to lodge while conducting the court for 3 weeks? Or is it the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice to ensure? And if she travels from Kingston and arrives at this hotel at the dead of night on Sunday, only to find that the arrangements have not been adequately made and she doesn't know where she's going to sleep, it is entirely understandable that she became very angry. Right? The Ministry of Justice has a responsibility to do its duty. She has her duty to perform. They have theirs. How can they? And then you know what is? Let me just finish this first. Okay, I'm being asked to take a break.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Portland, take advantage of this opportunity to file outstanding company documents, register businesses, and participate in daily seminars. The Company Office of Jamaica will be at the Old Port Antonio Marina, West Palm Road, Port Antonio, Wednesday and Thursday, May 30 to 31, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily. You may obtain forms on our website, orcjamaica.com, or call 908-4419-24 for details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, the minister is saying that her ladyship is reported to have, that he's accusing her of paying scant regard to her fellow Jamaicans who came to her court on Monday morning, carrying with them the many burdens that had brought them to that place. Her perceived problems were greater than those of all the persons who had gathered at the court. It gives strength to the view that the capital works. I don't know what that means. The capital works. The case management practices and the what is this? Automation of the system of the administration of justice will mean nothing unless those who are sworn to serve the people of Jamaica understand that they are servants of the people. Right? No. What kind of damn hypocrisy is this? The Minister of Justice is not sworn to serve the people of Jamaica. The Ministry of Justice didn't have... I take it that judges are going all over the country, High Court judges, to have circuits in Portland, St. Mary's, St. Thomas, St. Anne, all over the country. And this is a routine matter. Okay? And what I find significant in this is that the minister is spouting this kind of his hypocritical nonsense about serving the people of Jamaica. When his ministry, has fallen down on the job, and there is not a single word of apology. Nowhere in this report. And I don't know, the Gleaner said that they edited it. So I don't know, is it possible that they could have edited out an apology? I find that difficult to believe. Right? Nowhere in this does the minister say, look, I am awfully sorry that this happened. It should not have happened. It is the fault of the ministry that it happened. And if you want to go on to criticize the judge, well, that's another matter. Right? But this thing happened because the ministry fell down on its responsibility. And whether it is that it has been owing money around and the hotel didn't want to take, I don't know, I wonder what happened to the other persons that they had a responsibility for accommodating. Right? But I can well understand why the judge would have been angry. Right? The ministry has its job to do. It should have done the job. And it is remarkable that nowhere in this statement does the minister say, look, I am sorry. We did not do what we ought to have done. It's arrogant incompetence. That's what it is. Anyway, let me stop chatting and hear what you have to say about whatever. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Mr. Perkins, sorry.
I'm not too bad, thank you.
Well, I'm here still sucking the salt through the wooden spoon.
You're sucking salt through the wooden spoon?
Yes, and it seems that judge is sucking salt as well.
Well, I don't think that judge likes the taste of the salt.
Probably it didn't agree with her.
Eh?
It didn't agree with her.
No, don't you think it's a piece of arrogance on the part of the minister?
But Mr. Perkins,
to come making a statement like this, and nowhere in that statement apologizing for the failures of his ministry?
But Mr. Perkins, you expected any better from Anki Panky?
Anki Panky?
I mean, by now you should come to the realization that he's an ignoramus.
That who's an ignoramus?
Anki Panky, the Minister of Justice. I mean, this is the way he carries on in Parliament, and when he speaks.
Would you speak up a bit for me?
This is the way he carries on.
Yes.
He's very arrogant.
Yes.
You know? I mean, it's a sad state of affairs. The country has reached a situation where it's...
Well, if he's so arrogant coming to the end of the 4th term, I wonder what he'll be like at the end of the 5th.
And he's very set in his ways, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
He's very set in his ways, so he's not going to change.
Well,
God helps us if he gets a 5th term.
God help those who help themselves, sir. Right?
Well, that's quite true.
God gave you all brains to think. Right?
Not according to Dr. Spin, you know.
Eh?
Not according to Dr. Spin.
Well,
Dr. Spin is saying that no matter how much we think about the issue and think that this government has failed in what they are doing, even if we go out there and put our eggs beside the Jamaica Labour Party, he's going to work it that the egg goes beside the head.
Yes. Well, I tell you something, you know, sir. If it comes to an issue of believing Dr. Spin. Dr. Spin.
Right.
Dr. Spin.
Right.
If it comes to an issue of believing Dr. Spin and believing in the virtue of God, then I don't think you have a choice, you know. Huh?
Yeah, I don't think that God is an instigator of electoral fraudulence. Not only that, you know, even the Israelites were delivered out of bondage at some point in time. So I think it's just about fear that God would deliver the Jamaican people out of bondage.
Well,
Separation, we have been through 18 years of it. So I don't think God would want to put us through the next 5 years.
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't think so myself. Anyway.
But, Mr. Perkins.
Speak up a bit. You're not speaking directly into the telephone.
You hear me better now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I've been down in the Portland side for the last couple of weeks. And I mean, everywhere that I drive around, I see people with the green armbands. So I'm saying, if this is an indication...
What kind of armband?
Green armbands.
Eh?
Green armbands.
Oh, green armbands.
Yeah, when I go over East or West Portland, it's the same thing everywhere. Go on, you stop at the little bars or stuff like that, and talking with the people. It seems like the winds of change have blown through Portland.
Oh?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you something. I don't know. Portland might be then an exception, but I believe that you're going to be hearing from the pollsters, you know. I believe you're going to be hearing something, a different tune from the pollsters.
Well, they're going to show the JLP leading by 1%.
No, man. No. No. Before the election, just before the election.
Oh, the day before.
Well, I don't know at what time exactly before, but I think you're going to see a shift. And it is well prepared for, you know.
Yeah.
Right? At the moment, you have candidates leading.
Right.
But Sister P is leading Mr. Golding.
Right.
Right?
And the PMP is also...
And coming up to the election, you're going to hear that people are going to be voting for Sister P. Right?
Yeah.
Money on it.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much confidence in the pollsters.
Oh, you don't? You have some?
I don't have... Well, I shouldn't say much. I don't really regard the polls. I go based on the feeling on the ground and what I can see.
Yes, but I tell you something.
For me to be in the Sahara Desert and the sun is beating down on me, and somebody going to tell me that it's snowing, which is what these posters have been doing time and time again.
Yes.
Do you remember, where was it? Which small island Bill Johnson went to?
The what?
Which small island Bill Johnson went to?
St. Lucia?
St. Lucia. I predicted a landslide for the government.
The government was going to win a landslide. Well, they're going to win. I think they're going to win all seats in the legislature. Wasn't it so? Something like that.
Something like that. And the opposition...
Some huge number of seats. Eh?
Opposition basically wiped them out.
Oh, yes.
So that just goes to the credibility of the pollster.
Yes.
Right?
Well,
likewise, the gentleman, Dr.
Pollsters can tell you anything, you know. They can tell you the day before the election that one party is 9 points ahead.
Right.
9, you know.
You know, and but they can't account for what is causing that dramatic shift, right? And then it worked the last time, you know, because a lot of people were demoralized.
I think it worked.
They just stayed home and they don't come out and vote.
I think the PNP has been in office these last 5 years, or this, you know, whatever, because of the influence of the polls.
Right.
Yes.
But I think that the Jamaican people have wised up to this now.
Yes.
And they see them for what they are.
Well, I don't know.
Most people are just going to go out there and do what
they look at what happened shortly after the election, in 2002, when they had the 2003 parish council elections.
A landslide victory for the JLP.
Eh?
A landslide victory for the JLP.
Yes. Now, what is it that happened to shift opinion in the country?
A poll didn't
so
come
radically.
The day before.
Eh?
There was no poll the day before.
Yes, I think that is so.
Right? But, you know, Mr. Perkins, down here in Poland, you know, your parish birth. I don't know how these people have managed to vote PMP over the years.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Bar Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There's an area of disturbed weather over the island. Today, look for cloudy conditions with occasional showers and thunderstorms across the island. Over the next 3 days, expect mostly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more. Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here, sir. Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
We are getting a lot of calls from people who are saying that they can't hear you.
Okay, I'll speak up then.
And speak directly into the mouthpiece of the phone.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what I was saying, I came to Portland to try and find some sort of business to invest in. Because I think that with the winds of change with the JLP hopefully taking office, that there'll be some form of spin-off in terms of development and infrastructure in Portland. And I see it poised for a boom, take off in the tourism sector and stuff like that. But driving around, Mr. Perkins, a lot of people are saying, boy, don't bother with it. You know?
Oh, yes?
Because they have been on the, especially in East Portland, PMP has been in charge of their affairs for 18 years. And the people are worse off. The road condition, the road network down here in Portland is in a mess. You have a lot of places that don't have running water. People have to be going to springs to catch water, to drink, bathe, cook, everything. And they're sharing it with the animals, you know. The water that they're catching, animals are also drinking from that water source, Mr. Perkins. That can't be a healthy condition.
Well, one would hardly expect that to be as prevalent as it is here in the 21st century, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's modern times, you know, so you're not expecting that. And it's not like these people didn't have water before. There are a number of places down here that had water before, had water running, if it's even a standpipe, But no, there's nothing coming out of these pipes.
Yes, well,
you know?
too bad.
And
thank you very much, you. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to use your medium.
The what?
I'm just trying to use your medium in assisting myself. Hello?
I'm listening to you.
Yes, sir. I'm doing a course, and I would just love to ask anybody who could assist me with a job in order to pay my course fee.
All right. I don't know that is the way to go about getting a job most efficiently. But leave your name and number, right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask somebody to take it for you.
Yes, sir.
And if we get any calls, we pass them on to you.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, sir.
Uh-huh. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you.
I heard a gentleman talking a while ago about people with the green armbands.
Yes.
They better mind, you know, because the ombudsman may soon come and tell them that they should take them off.
Eh?
They may still come and tell them to take them off because they're causing disruption.
Yes, indeed.
Isn't that what is happening?
And they may ban green shirts.
They may ban, yes, they may ban the green armband.
What about yellow shirts?
Because you can't put up flags or anything like that. No, those have been banned.
Well, I don't know. It's in fairness, it isn't the ombudsman who banned them. It's the parties who came together and agreed to do so.
And he is just doing his job.
Yeah. So we would say.
Okay. Yeah. I have found myself in the unfortunate situation this morning trying to defend two ministers of government.
Uh-huh.
The first one is Minister Nicholson.
Uh-huh.
And the judge.
That is a hell of a job, you know.
Yes, sir.
Defending Minister Nicholson isn't easy.
I tend to agree with him, you know.
You agree with him?
Yes.
Why?
Because the judge, I think, was being very...
No, hold on. Before you get
very privileged...
Hold on just a moment. Before you get to that, right? Minister Nicholson.
You asked me, you asked me why I'm defending
yes,
him,
I know.
And I'm telling you why.
Hold
but
on.
You don't allow me to.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
I am saying that the judge is in a very privileged position.
Oh?
You don't agree that judges are in a privileged position?
In what way? In what way?
Well, they're not like the rest of us. Look how many poor, naked, hungry people are out there suffering day and night.
Uh-huh.
And she just get a little discomfort by somebody not making the proper arrangement for her getting the hotel.
Uh-huh.
And she's going to pull down Christ off the cross. And I hear you defending her.
Yes.
I bet if it was a politician, you'd be tearing down the politician and saying, why do they think that they should be treated differently?
No.
Why the judge should be treated differently?
No.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
No, sir.
All right, go on and let me hear
The judge is doing a job.
Politicians not doing a job too.
Well, that is arguable, right?
But you tear them down every day.
But they're not doing their job. Right? Why do you think the country's in the mess it is? Right? The judge is doing a job.
Yes.
She is required to leave Kingston and find herself in Lucy. Lucy's Hanover. In Westmoreland. Savlamar. Right? To conduct a 3-week circuit. Accommodation, the arrangement is that accommodation is to be provided. Right? And when she goes to the hotel, she's told that the accommodation has not been provided.
Right.
Uh-huh. And
you're going to pull down Christ for that?
And that she's not pulling down Christ off the cross. She's saying that if that is not remedied, if the failure of the arrangements have not been remedied, then she's not going to be able to conduct the circuit. She's going to go back to Kingston.
And you agree with that, Mr. Perkins?
Of course. Why not?
Why?
So what is she to do?
So what about the poor people who are there waiting on her to adjudicate?
Well...
What about them?
How
you
you
don't think about
them?
the poor people who are sitting in the courthouse there waiting on her to try their case that have been maybe there for years?
Yes.
And you're saying that she must go back to Kingston?
But I'm saying...
Come on, Mr. Perkins, that's not you.
How you mean that's not me?
That's not how you are. You're defending the poor. And here this judge now...
But defending the poor does not mean doing injustice to the rich, if that is what you want to call her.
But that is minor, Mr. Perkins. She could have even given her a credit card.
No, it is not minor.
It is minor.
It is not minor. The ministry, and I don't know which ministry is it. I'm wondering.
So why didn't she
hold
use
on
her
just a
credit
moment.
card?
The minister said that the Ministry of Justice did not owe the hotel any money, or had not owed the hotel any money. Right? Now I'm wondering whether it is another ministry that owed it. Right? Since he was so strong on that point. But if accommodation is to be provided for her, accommodation is to be provided for her. Suitable accommodation. And she should not have to be fishing around Lucy or Sablamar or Negril or wherever, trying to find somewhere to stay. I would be very offended if somebody, I find myself in Negril.
Mr. Perkins.
Let me tell you something, you see. I have a sense of this. I've had a similar experience some years ago in Houston, in Texas, right? We were going there, and we had a hotel booking, right? I think it had been booked about a month in advance, something like that. And the night we were in Little Rock in Arkansas, and I called the hotel and told them that there was a play coming to Little Rock that we wanted to see. And so we told them that instead of coming on the early flight, we'd come on the midnight flight. And they said, fine. And when I come, I must call them and they would send the transportation for me. Right? So I said, fine. We arrived. We called them from we took the airport bus to a point, and then we called them. And they sent this bus. A lot of other people piled into it, but we piled in. We got in. And we went to the hotel. When we got there, there's a whole lot of people, and they're rushing up to the counter. So we sat down and waited, and when the thing cleared off, I went up to the clerk and said, my name is Perkins, you have bookings here from my wife and I, and me. She said, no, we have no more rooms available.
Yeah.
And I raised one hell to that. Well, there was a security man there and come threatening to lock me up, right, and all this kind of thing. And I tell him to go to hell, right? Well, they eventually found some other hotel and sent us to.
Okay.
Well, can you imagine arriving somewhere at 3 o'clock in the morning, having had a booking?
That was well. These things do happen, you know.
Of course they happen.
They do happen.
And there is no reason why one should tolerate them. The ministry, the judge has her job to do, right?
The judge has her job to do.
She has her job to do. The ministry has its job to do.
Yes.
Yes.
But this is Jamaica, Mr. Perkins. And even in the USA where you say when that did happen.
Well, I think there was more to that.
It's not only USA that it happened.
It's
not only Jamaica.
I think there was more to that than now.
And, Mr. Perkins, this is why this country is as it is. That people who are in exalted positions don't think that they should suffer a little discomfort.
No. Hold on just a moment, sir.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, sir.
Yes, Mr.
In
Perkins.
any event, you see.
I'm just going to finish off
Hold on
with
just a moment.
Minister.
Hold on just a moment. In any event, there is no reason, so far as I can understand, that why the people who were depending upon that court should suffer any inconvenience at all, because it was within the power of the government to rectify that situation.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Right. And nor is there any reason why that judge should have had to put up with any inconvenience, any further inconvenience.
Mr. Perkins,
Right. Matter done.
you're talking about a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world.
They did not have nothing to do with any perfect world.
Mistakes are going to take place, Mr. Perkins.
No. What?
Mistakes are going to happen.
Fine, so if the mistakes happen, correct
and we
them.
have to learn to adjust in order to
No.
accommodate.
No.
Why you say no?
No. The Ministry of Justice, or Chef Ministry, whichever ministry it was, and if it should have had the opportunity to correct that situation. We are living in the 21st century, sir. Communications are quite easy. People can sit down and talk to and get in touch with somebody in New York or London in a matter of a couple minutes, right?
I agree with you.
So they could get in touch. They could have got in touch with the hotel in what's the name of the place? They could telegraph the funds to their bank or whatever, right? And have the matter totally rectified by the time she came off the bench to have lunch.
Mr. Perkins.
Right? So, no problem there.
You're not listening to
And hold on. What I find remarkable is that the minister has put out this statement, and nowhere in it has he apologized for the failure of his ministry.
I agree. He should have included an apology in that statement.
That is where he should have
He should have
started.
included. But you know what is wrong with us, Mr. Perkins? That's why this country is like this, and we don't think about the small man. Some of us are too pompous. And
I really do not understand. How would it have helped the small man if he had gone and found accommodation in a Folkup?
No.
How would it have helped the small man?
You're being extreme now. How Folkup come into this? Yes, because rooms are at the hotel, you know. She's a judge. She must have credit cards.
She must have credit cards?
Could have used her credit cards and get reimbursed from the ministry down the road.
And if the ministry...
The ministry is going to reimburse her, Mr.
If the
Perkins.
hotel, or some hotel in that area, or somewhere, had difficulty collecting money from a ministry, whether that ministry or
the
some
ministry
other.
said that's not true.
What?
The minister in his statement this morning said that is not true.
And you believe it?
Well, I have no reason not to believe it.
Well, maybe that ministry didn't know. Maybe that ministry didn't know that hotel any money. Did they owe another hotel, or did some other minister owe the other hotel? Ministry owe the other hotel, and the news got around, and the hotel decided that they're not giving credit to the government. Would that be what happened? And was she to advance her private money?
Then what is wrong with that?
How do you mean what is wrong with that?
People do that all the time, Mr.
I'm
Perkins.
sorry, I would not be doing
And
it.
get reimbursed.
I'm sorry. Get reimbursed when? If the hotel had difficulty collecting money, why would she be expecting to collect her money?
All right, we're going to agree to disagree.
Uh-huh.
All right?
Yes,
We're going to agree to disagree. I'm not a minister now. I have to come to his defense again.
Who is that?
The Minister of Finance.
That boy, you are a formidable man.
I don't do this very often, but when I look at things objectively, I said Mr. Perkins is being fair to the Minister Davis. Every day he talks about his borrowing and his national debt and what have you.
Anything false about that?
If you were the Minister of Finance, what would you do? How would you finance paying police and teachers and 6 roads and so on? What would you do?
Well,
short of borrowing. You'd have to tax the people. You have 2 alternatives. Tax the people or borrow. What would you do, Mr. Perkins?
To begin with, sir.
And the situation that the country is in
Hold on a
today.
moment. Dr. Davis has been Minister of Finance now. He didn't become Minister yesterday. Right?
I know.
He became Minister of Finance, when was it? In 1993? Right? Am I right?
Yes.
14 years ago.
Thereabout, yeah.
Somewhere about there. Right. And Dr. Davis has pursued policies which have resulted in the impoverishment of the country. And
if you were a minister today, Mr. Perkins, what would you do?
No, hold on. If I had been the minister...
Today?
No, in 1993. Dr. Davis did not become minister today, sir.
But we're talking about today, you know.
No, we are talking...
That was then, this is now.
No, don't be silly.
I'm not being silly.
Dr. Davis has created a problem, right? He has destroyed this economy, right? He brought about the collapse of not just the banking system. People talk about the banking system, right? But it's not the banking system, it's the whole damn economy, right? Created a situation in which government was, what was the rate at which they were borrowing money? 60% and more, right? And created a mountain of debt. So much so that the revenues of the government cannot service the debt that he has now imposed upon the country, right? That situation should never have existed.
I'm hearing you, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, and the government's policy, sir, ought to have been over all these years to keep the economy developing, right? and to aim at full employment for the people of Jamaica. And if they had done that, right, and had been halfway successful at it, the country would not be in the mess it is in today, and they would have had no difficulty finding money to pay policemen.
Can I respond to that?
Yes,
now?
do.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay. What you have outlined there now is history.
No.
That is gone. That is gone, and you said that has, because of that, we are reaping what the whirlwind today. Okay, but suppose a new minister comes in now, a new minister of finance, because that has been done. He comes in and he sees no money. What is he going to do?
Well, first, that minister is going to have to set out to correct it, right?
But how does he finance the current expenses?
How does he finance the current expenses? Well, he's going to have to carry on. He's going to have to presumably do some borrowing, whatever.
Right, that's what
Either there are two ways of approaching that, right? He's going to have to reorder the priorities of expenditure.
Yes.
Right? He's going to look and see what he can cut and where he can save some money. Right? And when you look, sir, at what has been happening, what in the Public Accounts Committee, for example, right?
Yeah.
And what is happening now, and the government side is batting for the government and don't want things exposed and so on and so forth, right? And when you look at the amount of money that has been squandered, one of the issues of the current moment is the issue of corruption,
Yeah.
Right? And, I see Mr. Shaw is demanding a forensic audit.
What do you think about that?
Well, I think it makes sense.
But you don't think there's more money going to be wasted, Mr. Perkins?
No, I don't think so.
We have spent enough time
No,
on that.
not the money that has been, not to compare with the money that has already been wasted. When you look at 40 million, is it 40 million, or somewhere there, between 30 and 40 million US dollars overspent on this hotel? When you look at the NSWMA, over $2 billion overspent. When you look at what has been going on in in that same NSWMA, what Mr. Douglas said about these contractors getting paid whether or not they did the work, right? And getting trucks and fully fuel and whatever, trucks at government public expense,
yes,
to do the work that they were contracted to do.
That's what the minister says. That is what the minister says.
That is what the minister, but he's the minister in that ministry. And when you look at all the others, waste, when you look at what has been going on in Air Jamaica,
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And this squandering of money.
A lot of that is going on.
Is still going on today.
Yes.
Right? And you hear what the Americans told you. That we are in danger of being taken in by kleptocracy.
Kleptocracy.
Right? Well, I think the Americans are a little late on the scene. They need to catch up.
But they spent $28 million on one of the audits for the White House hotel. $28 million.
Who spent that?
One of the audits that has been done already was for $28 million.
Was it a forensic audit?
Forensic audit or something like that.
Was it?
Yes. And this is what I cannot understand. Why we need more audits again for another $28 million?
Well, because
the country don't have that sort of money.
Because, sir, there is information that needs to be proven.
When that is proved, Mr. Perkins,
yes.
Where is it going?
And what it seems to be happening.
Because there's no sanction,
What seems to be happening is that the government side, there's no what?
There's no sanction being applied, even if they find out that...
Well, there should be sanctions, sir.
They don't have any.
They should be.
The PAC is a toothless organization.
Well,
has no power to apply any sanction.
Yes. Well, maybe something ought to be done about that.
Something ought to be done about it. I think so.
Uh-huh.
But I think Jamaicans are getting tired of that.
Hold on just a moment.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15. Need financing? Catch it! Financing for small and medium-sized businesses as low as 15.9% per annum, reducing balance. First Union Financial Company makes business financing quick and easy. Contact them at 13 Barbados Avenue, New Kingston, 926-2669, 5 Half Caledonia Road, Gulfview Plaza, Mandeville, 962-7992, and 30-34 Market Street, Montego Bay, 940-1757. Visit First Union Financial Company today and inquire about their Employees Financial Assistance Program. Conditions apply.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger.
The double zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating.
KFC, it's finger licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm not going to take up much more of your time. But
yes.
There's one little advice I'd like to give that judge. Professor Nettleford, some years ago, in politics class, used to start out by telling us that we must all remember, because he had some pompous people in the classes, and figure that they're better than everybody. And he used to tell us all, we must all remember that in one way or the other, we are coming from the Cane Peace.
Uh-huh. From the where?
The Cane Peace.
Uh-huh.
We have somebody who came over on the slave ship.
Yes.
And they were all in the Cane Peace, and that's the great leveler. And we should all remember that. I think that judge should remember that.
But I don't know I don't know in what way she has...
Discomfort, Mr. Perkins. She don't figure she can suffer a little discomfort.
Let me ask you something. A little discomfort?
Mm-hmm.
Let me point out something.
About the poor people that are waiting in our court.
Hold on just a moment. Do you recognize the state of crime and disorder in this country?
Yes, sir. Bad.
Do you realize, right, that there are persons in Jamaica who, or possibly persons in Jamaica, there are some people in Jamaica, let us put it this way, there are some people in Jamaica that are in considerable danger, right, if they behave carelessly and put themselves in a way. Do you recognize that a woman like that, Judge, needs to have to stay in secure conditions? She can't just go and find a room anywhere and stay there?
But she was in a hotel, you know.
Yes.
She was in a hotel.
She was not in the hotel, sir.
She went to check in.
She went to the hotel.
Yes.
And the hotel said that they could not put her up
But they had
unless the money was prepaid.
They had accommodations there.
You realize how long she was going to be there for 3 weeks?
But she could use her credit card.
Use her credit card? How do you know that she had a credit
For a
card?
night, in this day and age, Mr. Perkins, if a judge don't have a credit card, then forget it. Forget it. Come on.
How? I don't know. I don't know that she had a credit card.
Everybody has credit card now, Mr. Perkins.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Come on. And by the next day, phone calls could have been made.
No.
And things could have been rectified.
The things should have been properly done, and yes.
We live in an imperfect world, Mr. Perkins. We live in an imperfect world. And like I said before...
rubbish.
No, it's not rubbish.
That is the problem with you people in this country, right? You accept imperfection, right?
But we're only human.
We're only human.
Yes.
We're only human.
Mm-hmm.
We
and we're going to make mistakes.
No.
Mistakes are going to be made.
Maybe we're going to make mistakes, but when we make mistakes, right, we should apologize for them. We should and try to ensure that they don't happen.
I think that was a shortcoming with the minister this morning.
Absolute rubbish.
He didn't apologize. He should have apologized. But I can't fault him for the other things that he has
And
said.
I don't think you have any right to demand that the judge dip into her own pocket to go pay for the hotel bill for 3 weeks.
She would be reimbursed, Mr. Perkins.
Reimbursed? When the hotel had difficulty? Why is it that the hotel could not take her in, right, in the expectation that the Ministry of Justice would pay the money, right? Why the hotel doesn't trust the government to pay the money and to pay it on time?
But the judge...
Then why, hold on, if the hotel does not trust the government to pay the money, then why should she trust them to reimburse her?
Because she's a government employee.
So what?
You never heard of
government employees? You never heard of government employees who have difficulty collecting money from the government?
Mr. Perkins, Machiavelli said in the Prince, you see?
Yes, sir. All right. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, Mr. Perkins, how are you doing?
Not too bad, how are you?
I just want to comment on what the man just said about...
Yes, would you speak up a bit for me?
Yes, I'm saying to you that I'm going to comment on what the man said about the judge being pompous. These people are so ridiculous, but I have a couple of points. Each time I talk to somebody about, like voting and what happens in the next election, people keep saying that Bruce Golding cannot be trusted. No, I am saying, what is the thief, Mr. Perkins? So why motive? What? There's nothing that is left to be stolen. No, to find about it to thief, Mr. Perkins. So why motive? What? There's nothing that is left to be stolen. We have had this government for 18 long years. We have been lied to. We have been beaten. We have been stolen from in different areas. And I really have no time, and I don't think Jamaican people should really entrust. I, for one, refuse to entrust my children's future to this government. Really refuse. I love Portia. I really do. But it is not about Portia. Neither is it about Bruce, for that matter.
It certainly is not whether Portia is lovable.
Or not.
Right?
That's a ridiculous
whether she's
argument.
a nice-looking woman, whether she has a good hairstyle, that is irrelevant.
Totally.
What matters is whether she's going to be able to manage the affairs of government in a manner that will make hotels at least trust that when the government sends judges to stay in their hotels,
Portia is
right,
not the government.
that the money will be paid and paid promptly.
She's not the government, She has to depend on the people around her.
Yes.
So yes, she might have good intentions and all of that, and she would manage. But it's not about her. She's just one minute section of these people.
Well, she's the Prime Minister.
Yes, but only she alone don't know that.
But she needs ministers. She needs a Minister of Finance.
Right at this
I gather Dr. Davis is not going back to that ministry after the election.
Long time,
Assuming that the PNP
she should have
wins the
sent
fifth term.
Omar home long ago.
But Mr. What's his name?
Bunting?
Mr. Bunting. I hear Mr. Bunting is scheduled for that minister.
Yeah, but let me
Should
tell
they
you
win?
something, Mutty. Let me tell you something. No
But
government...
hold on now. One of the things you need to notice is that Mr. Bunting was in the party leadership campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Bunting was
Supported Peter Phillips.
no man. Dr. Davis.
He did?
Yeah, man.
And rightly so. Why shouldn't he?
Well.
the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich.
Okay.
Why shouldn't he?
But,
and I agree with the man.
Well, Mr. Bunting is no longer... Well, Mr. Bunting, I don't know if he was ever poor, but...
Let me tell you something.
He's not
Mr.
poor
Perkins.
now.
Let me tell you something. I hear
But
you.
hold on now.
Mm.
So if Dr... And he approves of Dr. Davis's policies. So if Mr. Bunting were to succeed Dr. Davis as Minister of Finance, you can expect a continuation of...
More of the same.
More of the same.
More of the same. Let me just say something to you, Mutty. One, at this point in our lives in Jamaica, my children are here. I really don't want to exercise an option that I've had for a while. But when you look at how things are going, look at the judiciary, look at the court, the whole judiciary.
Yes.
When I see an intellectual featherweight is going to come and lambast a judge, this judge is of impeccable character.
Yes.
And this woman is from a good family. Not that that would have anything to do with her personally. But what I'm trying to say, when a man is coming to talk about the woman is pompous, he knows nothing about the woman.
Uh-huh.
And if you are going to send me to work to do your job, you are a servant of the people just as much as I am a servant of the people.
Yes.
So when this intellectual featherweight is coming to talk nonsense, these people should be put out the past and whipped every day. When you look at...
she's the only judge in the history of Jamaica so far, as I know, to have sent another judge to prison.
Yes. Yes. Well, it comes back to what I just said to you about the woman being a woman of character.
Yes.
And you have some very, very fine people. Quite frankly, I don't know what they're doing here. You have some very fine prosecutors, fine judges who can find jobs anywhere about the place. I don't know what they're doing here. I don't know. They come to work every day and they work in these musty, smelly courthouses, and this half-wit is coming to talk about she being a servant of the people. He's a servant of the people. And they should have ensured that the court signed.
But she's doing her job.
Exactly.
He must do his.
Exactly.
Right?
That is the point.
And what amazes me more than anything else is his failure to apologize.
No, man, him too big. He'll never apologize to anything. I tell you, Hugh Cross.
And then come and talk about servant of the people.
Let me tell you, Mr. Perkins, let me tell you something.
Then him not servant of the people.
No, of course he's not. He's the people's master. And everybody, and this is one of the reasons why it cannot be about Mr. Golin. It cannot be about him. Jamaican people, wake up. It's not about him. I don't want a charismatic leader, Mutty. I've had enough of that.
Well, I tell you something. You have had the most charismatic of leaders.
Michael Manley.
And it led to the greatest collapse of the economy that we have had. And to a lot of other things.
I know
right? That. A lot of the deterioration in values came out of that era, led by Michael Manley.
But you can't help but liking the man. Because he's a good person, but definitely was not a good leader.
Let me tell you something.
I don't want charismatic. I want somebody.
I don't know about being a good person.
But
he certainly...
You know me.
He certainly was a very charming man.
Very charming
right?
fellow. And women just loved him. And you can't fault him.
I would find it impossible to dislike him. Right? I know he's doing a lot of damn nonsense and so on.
Absolutely.
But, boy, to dislike him...
Portia is very likable. She's somebody that once you get close to her, you realize she's very warm. It's not about the warmth. It's not about that. It's about the country and your children's and your future. Well, you're not going anywhere because you're older than the hills, so you cannot go anywhere. But you want to be able to sleep in your bed without a gunman kicking off your door.
Absolutely.
And when you talk about the police and corruption, just to digress a little, yes, there are a lot of police who are corrupt. But when you take a policeman out of his house, a country, it might have been a one room, well polished, the floor shine like dollar piece. And you take him out of there, his mother washed the sheets clean and they smell good, and you put him in a station to work where sewer, chink, every kind of bed bug, and root.
Hold on a moment.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There's an area of disturbed weather over the island. Today, look for cloudy conditions with occasional showers and thunderstorms across the island. Over the next 3 days, expect mostly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Ladies, how much would you pay to keep your car and content secure? With Assist Accident Scene Response, breakdown service, and a tracking system that can locate your car and contents if they're stolen, you're paying no more than your normal premium. Conditions apply. Call British Caribbean Insurance Company to find out more about Lady Max, a security-focused comprehensive motor insurance policy for lady drivers. Lady Max, another first from BCIC.
Hey, new chart from cable and wireless. You get more talk time and it is wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and guard. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and guard. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Yo, get one get with it. Once you're in it, to win it. New cable and wireless card. Name just talk. So go get one. Conditions apply. Testing 1 3. Use it for any phone and every phone. Down it.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yeah, Mutty, I was talking to you about the police.
Yes.
When you take a policeman...
Speak up for me.
Yeah, when you take a police officer, man or woman, out of their home, I'm talking about the people who come from country.
Yes.
And they come out clean, might be poor but clean, and you put them in a police station where bed bug and chink and roach and rat and everything is biting them. The police is going to be aggressive in a Mutty. I'm not excusing them. Don't misunderstand me. But when you look at that is just but one of the things that impacts.
A far more important factor, ma'am, is the fact that the police are Jamaicans.
Yes.
They are growing up in this same society that that other young people are growing up in.
And some of them are gunmen.
Right? Now, and they're absorbing similar values.
Absolutely.
Because they live in a society in which the man who plays by the rules
gets shafted.
Is the man that gets shafted.
We know.
Right? So what do you expect now? That this man, because he goes into the police force and he's going to live contrary to the values of that society, right? And end up being shafted? Does he want to be shafted? We don't recognize, Mum, that if we want people to behave good, then we must create the situation in which good behavior is what earns reward. Right? We cannot create a society, a social order, a social disorder, in which the man who is good, who behaves according to, behaves good, is the man that gets shafted. And the man that behaves bad is the man that is rewarded.
Case in point is the thing that Emily Crooks talked about on the radio the other day with the two police. The policeman who was dead and this other one who is implicated in all sorts of things.
Yes.
But the point is, Mutty, one is that we need, the first thing is that the government is made up of people who have no honor, people without honor. That's the first thing. And some of them really, when they have been there too long, they're fat, they're wealthy. And no, they have no regards for the people. and one of the things that we need to, it cannot be that we're going to personalize the whole thing of who we give our votes. I'm not telling anybody to vote for the JLP. What I'm saying is weigh the two situations. 18 years in power, decadence, decay, all of that. There are things that they have done some good things. You can't say no to that. But at the same time, 18 years and we are now poised for growth.
Yes.
And then they manipulate the statistics. And I heard some half-wit come on the radio and say that 39,000 people said they don't want to work. But you may not believe that,
I don't believe it,
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Independence, the power of me having my dollar, in opposed to my boyfriend giving me $1. It's a different thing. My dollar is my one.
Absolutely.
I would want to hide off my little dollar, and then the dollar that my boyfriend gives me come in, and then I have two. I'm not going to say I don't want to work. So when they come and tell you that is nonsense.
Rubbish.
I don't know. What my saying finally is that when you weigh the situation with us, when you look at how many factories have been closed, when you look at what has been done to JPS, when you look at what JPS is doing to the people, when you look at what has been done to the Water Commission and the millions of dollars gone down the drain, and what the Water Commission is doing to the people, when you look at the justice system, what has been done to it and what it has done to the people, just look at the two situations in every sphere, and then you judge whether or not you are willing to trust these people with your future and your children's future. That is
when you look. Hello.
Yes.
Yes. When you look at what is happening, look at what happened to this judge, right?
Somebody messing with
Somebody. I mean, we're talking about a judge of the Supreme Court of Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a position of some dignity.
Exactly.
Right? And you put the judge into that kind of situation and then come round and don't even say that you're sorry.
Embarrassment. And the woman, Well, I'm not sure, but I'm sure her husband would have given her a card. No, but...
Yes, but when she go take her card... Hold on. If the hotel people are afraid that them can't collect the money from the government, right? Then when she go take her card and pay, you think she's going to find it any easier to collect the money?
Absolutely not, because she's a public servant and she might very well not want to rock any boat. But look at the word. Owned. This hotel is the operative word there now. This hotel.
Yes.
And remember, in the hotel sector, managers know managers and financial
But
controllers
of course.
know financial controllers.
Yes.
So I hope that Mrs. Ains is not upset, because I don't think she should be upset with AJ Nicholson. I hope she's not, because Lord bless him soul, but he don't know no better. So when he's going to lambast her, I mean, there's no need to do that. There's really no need to do that. And Hugh Crosskill summed him up, and in death I'll call Hugh Crosskill's name. Him sum him up good. An intellectual featherweight.
No, Mum. Hugh Crosskill said he was a featherweight. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The featherweight is not all that, well, a little heavy, you know. You're flyweight.
Oh, flyweight.
I think flyweight is lower than that.
Mutty, we're in trouble, you know.
Eh?
We are in deep waters, you know.
Look here, Mom. Look
We're
here.
in deep waters.
Things fall apart.
And if it was a
The
soft land,
center,
you could laugh.
when you live in a country, right, where a hotelier is prepared to tell a judge of the Supreme Court,
A judge, you know.
a judge of the Supreme Court,
People, you know.
that he cannot accommodate her in his hotel without the room, this price being prepaid, right? Because he cannot trust the government to pay him his money on time.
She must have been very embarrassed, Mutty.
Then hold on a little bit. You don't say what is coming. One of these days, right? It is, what the thing name, what the people have named?
Who?
Eh?
Who?
The international money, people.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
It is the money market.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to say, hold on a little bit. If the government can't pay the hotel fare for judges.
How are they going to pay us with all
Right.
these bonds?
How are we going to be sure of getting our money?
You know, I'm glad for you, Mutty, that you can laugh.
But what do you want me to do? End up in Bellevue?
Sometimes me feel like I'm going to put my two hands on my head and walk, you know. When you look at the situation, you know that you have made your life here in this country. This country is such
Absolutely.
a beautiful country.
Yes, it is very depressing.
I had all hopes in this country when Mr. Patterson came to power.
Yes.
I said, yes, I was one of these racist people who say, yes, a black man, he will do things for us. Mr. Patterson got a golden opportunity, Mutty,
Yes,
to
absolutely.
make our lives better, much better.
And look here, Mom. A golden opportunity to do what? Suppose Jamaica had done what Singapore has done. You think that anybody could go seriously into a place, a country like the United States where there's a lot of racism, right? But you think, how many people there you think you could convince that Chinese are inferior people? Eh? When somebody is going to say, no, look at what they did in Singapore, right? Look at what they're doing now in China, right? Suppose
China is slowly
Jamaica,
taking over the world.
suppose Jamaica, right? A predominantly black, as you say, country, right? Suppose we had achieved what Singapore has achieved, right? Suppose we had done well and educated our people and moving forward in the economy and so on. You don't think it would have had an impact on racism in a country like the United States? Eh?
Absolutely.
Okay,
When you look
all right.
like a little 2x2 country like Trinidad, Mutty, a little 2x2 like Barbados, those people, they could not hold a candle to us in a Mutty.
But you don't remember the days when we decided that we were going to leave the Federation?
Yes, I
Because we didn't want these
I heard
countries
about
hanging like albatrosses round our necks. We were going places. right? That was in the early 60s, right? When people like Lee Kuan Yew came here to look at what we are doing and to copy it. What has happened to us?
Mr. Mutty, with on what list?
Well,
I have
all right.
seen a Jamaican woman. I know Jamaican women.
Okay.
And, you know, we're a proud set of
All right. Thank you very much. I have to run.
Yeah, Mutty.
All the best.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Tasty, the original taste, taste. Everybody come here. The original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, hot water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste, taste.
Savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty, the original taste, taste.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you, Rod. We're very much. We're back here with you. Look here, we have taken off the BBC website on the internet a number of items. I have one here that is about. Let me see how many pages. No, the pages are. Well, it's at least 10 or more pages on crime in Jamaica. Let me tell you something. The information that is going all over the world about us, you see, and it is not flattering. Not flattering. I haven't been able to go through it yet, but we're going to read some of it for you later on. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
Do you realize you're not liked by a lot of policemen?
You don't think I'm liked by a lot of policemen?
No, I'm telling you that.
Why?
Because, alright, you remember this taximan that was killed in Apple Tree?
Uh-huh.
Alright. I was down at the complaint department Monday.
Uh-huh.
And I met 3 people down there. These 3 people was member of the taxman family of the police killed in Apple Tree.
Uh-huh.
They go to these people home, beat up the brother, beat up the brother girlfriend, and beat up the mother.
Uh-huh.
Right? And when him done,
him use a word that not fit for your place and say, you can't go tell Perkins no.
Oh, yes.
So when they say these things, that mean, you know, you're doing a good job, Mr. Perkins. You're certainly doing a good job. Because even when people not even there, where is I hearing you, they have you in mind. Because these people, first thing him do, take up the man phone, fling on the man phone and mash it up. They never know his name. He's not working at Wellington Town Police Station. He's working at Elliston Road. And where the incident happened is about 5 to 6 chain. And he chose to go to Wellington Town. He charged people for assault and resisting arrest.
Well, let me ask you something. What has happened about it?
About the case?
Yeah.
Well, they make a complaint to the complaint authority.
How long ago was this?
How long ago? This was Monday.
Monday gone here?
Yeah, this was Monday gone. You know,
Well?
they make a complaint to the complaint authority and they report it to Jamaican for Justice. And I encourage them also.
Oh, incidentally, I see Jamaicans for Justice has a report out today.
Yes, I hear Dr. Gomes was on the radio talking this morning.
Yes.
You know, well, we know these things a long time, what is going on ourselves. So Jamaican for Justice is always speaking out along with facts. You know, but what we are saying, you know, Mr. Perkins, these policemen going around beating up people, when this is going to stop, sir?
Oh, hold on. It isn't the policemen who are doing this, you know, sir.
It's the system.
Yes. If the government of Jamaica, you know, Sister P, when she was when she was being sworn in as Prime Minister, right? Said that her first commitment to the Jamaican people was to do something about this problem of human rights abuse. You remember that?
I heard that, Mr. Perkins, and
she has been
really
Prime Minister now for more than a year. Right?
Did you remember, Mr. Perkins?
What has she done about it?
Did you remember our one-year report that she said our greatest achievement was human rights and justice?
Yes.
Did you remember that?
Yes.
I laughed till I
And there is more human rights abuse in Jamaica today, in all likelihood, than when she became Prime Minister. It's increasing, right? One has a sense of it increasing.
Mr. Perkins, just say people like me, people like you, people like Nationwide, we are not liked by the police because we speak out against a system that is not working. For instance, now, look at this issue.
Well, I don't know, you know, sir.
One policeman have 16 reported abuse cases against him. And in the process of those 16 cases, this man is promoted. And up to yesterday, I got firm information that this man is still working and nothing happened.
Yes, but I tell you something. Don't put all police in the same bag. Because I have encountered a lot of policemen, unless they are superb actors, right? And should be in Hollywood rather than where they are. Then I don't sense that they have anything against me. Right? I don't get that feeling from them.
It's not all of them, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Certainly not all.
All of them.
And as for the police women, I don't, you know, I don't think they're all like that.
Some of them, Mr.
And
Perkins.
they recognize what is going on in the police force. Right? But they know, well, I mean, they know what the circumstances are. Right? And they're all under pressure. Right? They're all under pressure. Because there is the government and the force itself is not really doing very much about what is going on. The government is not, well, the Minister of National Security tells you that in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted. Right?
I can never
and
forget that.
If you want to just embellish it a little bit, in Jamaica, the policeman who plays by the rules is the policeman that gets shafted. You know, see the one that don't play by the rules or has been accused.
Mr. Perkins, I know
hold on.
policeman.
Don't you see that the one who has been accused of not playing by the rules is the one that gets promoted?
Exactly. Mr. Perkins, I know policeman that is in the force for years, a frontline policeman.
Yes.
And this man has never get promoted, yet still, person that is involved in questionable killing,
yes,
questionable things, he is promoted. What does that say?
Well, it tells you, kill questionably, and you'll be promoted.
It is clear. It is clear. It is very clear. Because I can't forget, I can't forget when the youth was killed in Britain. The commissioner was on in the press within less than 4 hours, digging up the policeman, and he did not know what took place, and he was digging them up.
And let me ask you something, sir. What chance do you think there really is of a policeman who commits brutality and kills people? What chance do you think of him being convicted by a Jamaican jury?
Mr. Perkins, 99.9000%.
Well,
and that's
you mean,
very
you mean
low
minus
percentage.
99?
Yes, Mr. Perkins?
Minus 99.
It's on less than that, Mr. Perkins. Because when you look at Mr. Perkins, I was at the trial where this little girl was outside and actually saw where her mother was being slaughtered. And when that little girl was in court, Mr. Perkins, she was teared to shreds. That little girl will never be the same again because of how she was angered in court. That girl will never be the same. Believe me, Mr. Perkins, believe me.
You were there?
Mr. Perkins, I follow up the Brayton trial, I follow up the Crawl trial. I'm part of FARS,
Oh.
Yes? I'm part of FARS.
Yes.
Right? So I have an ultimate interest in these type of cases.
Yes.
And it always end up one way. These jury or handpick, if you, as part of that jury, Mr. Perkins, and them have the slightest belief that you will not give the police 100 support, you are not going to be.
Well, I don't know, sir. I wouldn't.
Mr. Perkins, I can tell you that. That's the experience that I got. That is the experience that I got.
You got
going
that
to this court 5 years.
Yes, well.
Yes,
impressions are not necessarily accurate.
You hear Dr. Gold speaking about the coroner's court, Mr. Perkins? Anytime if you have a case against the police and it goes to the coroner's court, Mr. Perkins, you can just call it file 13. Even if these antique jury made that decision that the policeman is to stand trial, the DPP will have a say in this. And the possibility of they never go to trial for any crime that they commit.
Well, we should be careful about accusing, certainly the DPP and others of. But
well, you see, me, Mr. Perkins, I'm not really fond of that office. I am one person that is not fond of that office, right? And I have reason not to be fond of that office for what happened to my own self.
What happened to you?
I lost my son in 2000.
Yes.
When I viewed the body, it was clear that gunpowder residue was not only on his body, but on his shirt. That is clear he was shot at very close range. Right? Yet still, the DPP never ruled that these policemen is to be charged for murder.
Well, yes, but the
question is,
what other evidence was there?
I believe that was enough evidence, Mr. Perkins. Right? Well, I don't fire a gun, Mr. Perkins, but I realize that for gunpowder residue to burn or actually burn out the person's skin, it must be very, very near.
It must be very close.
Very near. And when they make this decision now, how can we feel good about that office, Mr. Perkins?
Well,
I personally, can I feel good about that office? Any decision come out of that office?
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know what they...
No, that's my view, no, Mr. Perkins. That's my view, and I can't say it because it happened to me. So I can't say it. It happened to other people too. And what? The police are always getting out on top. What is going to happen? You know, I see some serious...
All right, it's time for the news. I have to go, eh? Sorry about that. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock. Midday News is brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential. And Cameron Industries, the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Jean-Paul Manu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Potential PNP candidate Peter Bunting wants to see a more efficient rationalization of the public sector. He also wants a further decentralization of some sectors like education. According to Mr. Bunting, there could be greater savings if some entities with similar responsibilities are merged.
If you take one area, for example, just in terms of housing, I'm not convinced why we still today have an NHT, a Jamaica Mortgage Bank, CHFC, all with essentially the same mandate. Yes, they may approach a problem in slightly different ways, but certainly that could be achieved by having different divisions within one entity.
And Mr. Bunting says there would also be further savings if enough money is set aside for maintenance in services like transport.
I am hopeful that, with the amount of exposure and education that our population has today, that we're going to sort of get away from the short-term politics or move in the direction of making decisions that inure to the long-term benefit of the country. I mean, if we're caught in the cycle of short-term decision-making, then in a sense we're going to be doomed to underperform.
Peter Bunting speaking this morning on Rail Business on Independent Talk on Power 106. Mr. Bunting, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Daring Bunting and Golding Limited, will be relinquishing that position to assume a political role. It's believed that he will be replacing former Central Manchester candidate Vando Palmer, who was forced to resign over allegations that he had beaten his wife. There are speculations that should Mr. Bunting secure his seat in the impending election, he could be made Finance Minister. In the meantime, sitting Central Manchester MP John Junior says he has offered to be Mr. Bunting's campaign manager.
Well, I've had discussions with Comrade Bunting, and I have been encouraging him to come to Central. Let me be very frank about that. And I've made that offer, and it is an offer that stands. And if he does, as I am almost sure he will, it will be taken up.
And Mr. Junior believes there will be adequate time before the next election for Mr. Bunting to gain the support necessary for him to win the seat.
It is going to involve you being there 24/7, so to speak. But more importantly, is you need to demonstrate to people that you care and that you genuinely want to do something.
John Junior, sitting Member of Parliament for Central Manchester. In the 1993 election, Mr. Bunting defeated former Prime Minister Hugh Shearer in southeastern Clarendon. The next general election is due by October 31. Human rights lobby group Jamaicans for Justice, JFJ, is claiming that the failure of the Director of Public Prosecutions to rule speedily on cases is contributing to the backlog in the court system. In addition, JFJ is concerned about the infrequent sittings of the coroner's court in rural areas. More from Tanisha Thomas.
In its 2006-2007 Jamaica Justice Report, JFJ says the Coroner's Court for Kingston and St. Andrew operated Monday to Friday, but it still has a backlog with some cases dating back as far as 1998. According to the report, in some parishes the court only sits once or twice per month, which causes unwarranted delays when cases are adjourned. The JFJ says when the cases are adjourned, the sitting may be scheduled for 6 months to a year later. The report also noted that there is not enough magistrates, clerks, and support staff in the coroner's courts. It says unacceptable noise levels in the court, lack of air conditioning, improper lighting, and poor access for people with disabilities also pose a problem. Executive Director of JFJ, Dr. Caroline Gomes, is urging the government to allocate more resources to correct the justice system.
I mean, with the best will in the world, there's no way that the Bureau of Special Investigations with 22 officers can cover the entire island for all police shootings. The PPCA likewise. I mean, they not only do police shootings, they do all police complaints. And they monitor all investigations by BSI and professional standards. Well, there's no way that 15 or 18 or 20 people can do that. They're not resourced with manpower or even resources like photocopiers.
Executive Director for the JFJ, Dr. Caroline Gomes. The government has insisted that the justice system will be improved under the current reform process, which has been spearheaded by the Canadian Bar Association. Tanisha Thomas for the Gleaner, Power 106 News.
And JFJ is also claiming that the voters list being used to select jurors dates back to 2002. According to JFJ's executive director, Dr. Caroline Gomes, this has contributed to difficulty in locating prospective jurors, as many persons might have changed addresses.
We start with getting a new copy of the 2005 voters list. We shouldn't be using the 2002 voters list. We start there and we begin and we take the elephant and we start and we bite them until we finish. Special bailiffs to serve summonses, special bailiffs to serve summons for jurors. There are a number of recommendations contained in the report, any one of which, but starting with getting the proper list to summon jurors on.
Dr. Caroline Gomes, Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice. In recent months, several cases have been adjourned in corporate area courts due to the unavailability of jurors. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The time is now 7.5 minutes after 12. The Bureau of Special Investigations, BSI, has launched a probe into yesterday's fatal shooting of 3 alleged robbers in Jacob Hutt's Clarendon. The Clarendon police report that the 3 alleged robbers held up a man at gunpoint in Junction, St. Elizabeth, and took his grey Toyota Corolla motor car. It's reported that the police spotted the car with the 3 men aboard and a high-speed chase ensued, which ended near Jacob Hutt in Denby, Clarendon. According to Constable Kemi Watson of the Constabulary Communication Network, the armed men opened fire at the police while they were being pursued. During the reported gun battle, the men were shot. The police say 2 firearms were recovered, a Smith & Wesson Springfield semi-automatic pistol and a .38 revolver. The Mandeville police are seeking the public's assistance in locating 3 witnesses in a case now before the Manchester Home Circuit Court. The police say Aubrey McPherson, whose last known address was Redbury District, Radcliffe Curry of Broadleaf District, and Charmaine Duhaney of Knockpatrick in the parish can assist them. Persons knowing their whereabouts are being asked to contact the Mandeville Traffic Department. The management of the Heart Trust, National Training Agency, and the unions representing its workers are at this hour making another attempt to resolve a pay issue. They're meeting with officials of the Finance Ministry. This follows a series of discussions with the Labour Ministry. The Jamaica Teachers Association, along with 4 other unions which represent the employees, originally requested an increase of 30% in year 1 and 20% in year 2. In a revised proposal, the unions demanded a 20% increase in year 1 and 10% in year 2. However, the management of the Heart Trust says it cannot afford such a huge increase. The unions and the training agency have been in negotiations for more than 10 months. In regional news, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the main opposition New Democratic Party, NDP, has called for a total shutdown of the capital on June 1. This NDP wants the shutdown to protest against a number of issues, including the introduction of a user fee for accessing the terminal building while traveling by ferry from the St. Vincent mainland to the Grenadines. Opposition leader Arnim Eustace last night described the tax as wicked and inhumane and said it was aimed at punishing the residents of the Grenadines who have traditionally supported the opposition. Mr. Eustace also cited that the island's economy was being negatively impacted on by the policies of Prime Minister Dr. Ralph Gonsalves. International news now. Military officials have decided against sending Britain's Prince Harry to serve in Iraq after military commanders said it would be too dangerous. Reports in the British press in the past months have been conflicting about whether Prince Harry will serve in Iraq. Royal commentator Robert Johnson told CNN that he believed security and politics were the reason behind the decision. Meanwhile, British President Tony Blair is to meet with U.S. President George W. Bush today in what will likely be the British Prime Minister's final visit to the White House as a head of government. According to Mr. Blair's official spokesman, a number of issues are to be discussed at today's meeting, with climate change, the crisis in Darfur, the G8 conference, and Iraq all at the top of the agenda. Finally, embattled World Bank President Paul Wolfowitz is pleading for the World Bank's executive board to be fair in deciding his fate. He has also promised changes in his management style in an effort to keep his job. Wolfowitz is under investigation for arranging a promotion and pay increase for his girlfriend, Shaha Riza. But he has presented the World Bank Board with documents indicating that he acted in good faith in arranging the pay increase. Mr. Wolfowitz said a careful reading of his evidence would conclude that he acted in the best interests of the bank. The World Bank Board has the final say on Wolfowitz's future, which could include a reprimand, asking him to step down or firing him. The final decision could come this week. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Midday News was brought to you by RBTT Securities Jamaica Limited. Unlock your potential. And Cameron Industries, the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for your Midday Sports Report on Power 106. West Indies cricketers continue to lament their lack of match practice as they prepare for the opening test of the 4-match series at Lord's tomorrow morning. Opening batsman Chris Gale says the team would have liked more practice going into the first game. However, he says the team is trying to make the best use of the indoor facilities. As a result of lack of preparation, Gale says the odds are definitely against the West Indies. The team's only tour match prior to the start of the test series was ruined by rain, with only one day's play possible. Off-spinner Jermaine Blackwood took 5 wickets for 33 runs to lead Homewood Technical to a convincing 315-run victory over Old Harbour on today's final day of their Grace Rural Area Under-16 cricket final at Chedwin Park. Resuming on their overnight score of 55 for 3, Old Harbour were quickly dismissed for 68 runs in 45 overs. Off-spinner Takeem Lowe supported Blackwood, taking 3 wickets for 10 runs. Scores in the game: Homewood Technical 383 for 4 declared, Old Harbour 68. Netball, Jamaica's international netball umpire Sylvester Campbell will depart on Friday morning for Montreal to officiate in the Canadian Provincial Championships on the weekend. Campbell says the weekend games will prepare him for a 3-test series between world champions New Zealand and Australia.
The series of games that I'm going to Melbourne to officiate in this weekend is in preparation for my upcoming tour of Australia and New Zealand. Number 1 and 2 in the world is having a test series going into World Championship. Everybody wants to face each other, and so I'm invited to umpire in Australia and New Zealand in the summer.
That was Sylvester Campbell, international netball umpire. Campbell will officiate in the first test in Auckland, New Zealand on July 18. He will then move on to Melbourne, Australia for the second test on July 21. The third test is scheduled for Adelaide, Australia on July 24. The semi-finals of the Supreme Ventures Division A and C leagues will be played this evening at the Leila Robinson Courts. The Division C games will serve off at 6 o'clock. Friendship and GPN Archers will face off, while Jet Setter C and Omega B will clash. In the Division A, Malines United will face Hampshire, and Ebony Strikers take on Alpha. Those games will be played at 7 o'clock. Football, the Jamaica Football Federation, the JFF, yesterday appointed Charles Edwards of Barbican Football Club the national head coach of the women's senior team. Edwards replaces Vin Blaine, who quit in frustration on April 2, citing that he was being undermined by the JFF. Edwards' first assignment is the Pan American Games in Brazil on July 13 to 29. Edwards has been coaching women's football for the past 10 years. During that period, he has taken Barbican to 3 premiership titles in 2003, 2004, and 2005. Tennis, former champions Vaz 1 trounced visitors St. Thomas More 4-1 as the Olivers Decorating Prep School Table Tennis League continues yesterday. In another game, newcomers Holy Childhood carved out a similar 4-1 victory over Vaz 2. This win pushed Vaz 1 to joint first place with Portmore Missionary in the point standings. The teams are locked on 9 points each. St. Thomas More and Holy Childhood on 5 points each, and Vaz 2 on 4 points follow the leaders. The top 2 teams from the 5-team league will contest the finals on June 14. Finally, the first leg of the law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics is currently taking place in Ocho Rios. The annual torch run is a series of relays by law enforcement officers to raise money to send the island's special athletes to the Winter Olympic Games. The 2007 Games will be held from October 2 to 11 in Shanghai, China. The torch run, which ends on May 26, will travel through all 14 parishes. The law enforcement officers are hoping to raise $2 million from the relays. That's your midday sports report on Power 106. Stay tuned for a look at the weather.
The Glean of Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Thanks for staying with us. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough across the island. On the local weather scene, this afternoon will be cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms across the island. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy. For the next few days, expect variably cloudy skies with scattered showers, especially in the afternoons. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main points. Potential PNP candidate Peter Bunting wants more efficient rationalization of the public sector. Human rights lobby group Jamaicans for Justice report claims that the failure of the director of public prosecutions to rule speedily on cases is contributing to the backlog in the court system. Bureau of Special Investigations begins probe into yesterday's fatal shooting of 3 alleged robbers in Jacob Hut, Clarendon. And the Heart Trust management and the unions representing its workers making another attempt to resolve their pay issue. Internationally embattled World Bank President Paul Wolfowitz, who is under investigation for arranging a pay raise for his girlfriend, pleads for the bank's executive board to be fair in deciding his fate. That's your midday news, sports, and weather report on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be Headline News at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton & Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. You heard that report about the new Labour Party candidate? Not Labour Party, PNP candidate. And future Minister of Finance, clearly. He's saying what he wants to see and so on. Sounds very much like he's preparing to take up the job as Finance Minister. But, promising something new. So that the idea being that the party has been there for 18 years. Things haven't been going all that well. But we get a new Prime Minister, new Minister of Finance, and, I don't know. I suppose to benefit from that, they must tell the people that he's going to be the new Minister of Finance. They haven't done that yet. Anyway, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
No, very disappointed.
What about?
Very disappointed. The age of chivalry is dead. My God. I mean to say, just as how they we try to rebuke people about family values.
Yes.
And abuse to women. What is the difference between a man slapping up a woman in the ghetto and this learned attorney general giving even deeper wounds by this release that he has set out?
I think you're taking it a bit far.
Huh?
I think you're taking it a bit far.
I don't think so, Mr. Perkins. Huh? I don't think so. If, we have lost our sense of repartee. For instance, Viv Blake. I remember Viv Blake on a political platform say that, Edward Allen is a BA. You know what that means? Blasted ass. And I'm going for MA. You know what that means? Master ass. And all that was a good thing at political meetings and things. For instance, when this young man here, Mr. Azad, called Mikey Stern a little idiot. All Mikey should say, but looking at you, I see a big idiot.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Just like what used to happen. For instance, I heard that the same Viv Blake, Mr. Phipps was giving me a joke about his excellent wit and repartee. He went on a visit to Australia.
Oh, yes.
And the Australian customs had asked immigration, do you have any previous convictions? Do you have any previous convictions? And he said, is that still a requirement?
Yes.
So, I suppose these new ones now would jump up and say, them human rights, and because we're black man, and this and that, we're going to lock down the place, and we must demonstrate against, and he completely slew them with that retort, Mr. Perkins. We have lost it. We don't seem to have that intelligence and that quick wit.
And it's somebody like Viv Blake would have had the self-confidence.
Yes.
To respond in that way.
Yes.
You know? Do you have any criminal convictions?
Yes.
I did not realize that was still a requirement.
What did they do? We don't seem to have that in our politics. We call about judgment, about theater, and these nonsense, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I heard the most honorable Maxine Henry Wilson, the Minister of Education, says what Mr. Golding saying about free education cannot be done. But, Mrs. Maxine Henry Wilson, let me ask you this. You sat down in that cabinet for how many years? And every year you allowed the Minister of Finance to give billions of dollars to Air Jamaica. As Mr. Steve said the other day, do you know that the money with Dasher and Air Jamaica is more than all the monies accumulated in the National Insurance Scheme?
Yes.
Over $40 billion.
Yes.
If you were
No. That 40-odd billion is the National Insurance Scheme.
Yes, but we have
Air Jamaica has gone well over that. It was 58 billion when the burden was lifted.
Yes. And a few billion more have gone up.
Well, I should think so.
If these people were interested in educating the children of the poor, wouldn't they have seen that it would have been better?
But it's not a matter of interested in educating the children of the poor, you know, sir.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that we cannot afford not to educate the children of the poor. And as all other children in Jamaica. Hold on just a moment for me.
My mother say, he go pass my exam because me am brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Poor Patchy is
12:30.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger road marking paint. Available in white, yellow and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-8884-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back
again,
online.
Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
we have this Universal Access Fund
Uh-huh.
that they on foreign call to Jamaica.
Yes.
Where is that money? Why isn't it being put in education? That's what they said it was to do, to IT, to educate children in computer.
Well, remember, we had an education tax, sir?
We have an education tax. What is going on? And we heard
Well,
that
the
they had
education
a
tax,
here.
the education tax must be going to service debt.
It must be going to serve. Of course.
And also the other one that you mentioned.
This Universal Access
Yes.
Fund, right? We hear that a lawyer there got $28 million for legal work, you know? And, I think I must ask about it. It's why Mr. Thompson from the Northern Caribbean University is the chairman of this fund. I mean to say, he shouldn't be on the Electoral Advisory Commission and heading a government statutory board like that. I think he should divorce himself from one of them. You know, I don't think it's good. Again, Mutty, we have a crime problem when we talk about police underpaid.
Boy, you're talking about that? The BBC has some stuff on crime in Jamaica.
Yes, I saw it this morning.
Oh, my gosh.
My God. And it was true. Every word was true.
Yes.
And I seem to have sent somebody here that did some research because they interviewed some people in the fatherless gang or something. Boy, I feel shame, Mr. Mutty. Lord, I shame so till.
Boy, I tell you something, sir. How do we expect to maintain a tourism industry in the light of that information going abroad
it's
about us?
horrible, Mutty. It is horrible.
Huh?
I tell you, man, I say this morning.
And then, in addition to that, we have the crime, we have the murders, and we can't solve them.
No. And we spend money.
We can't tell we can't tell whether the murdered man has been a victim of violence or whether he died of a heart attack.
Right. but do you realize if that is the case, we might have charged people with murder who...
All of that is possible,
you know
yes.
what I mean? It's a Pandora's box that... and then we bring in these Englishmen and pay them these hell of a salary.
Yes.
And I don't see the salary rate, or what they call the cleared up rate, being improved in any way. What use are these Englishmen to us, really?
Well, I'm not aware of any improvement. But I'd like to hear, from somebody who knows better than I do.
Getting value for money, right? And Mutty, do you know that we have a commissioner of police, right? Who is the man mainly charged for keeping law and order in the country, right? In charge of the police force. And do you know we appoint a man named Ombudsman, a part-time job?
Yes.
And that man is getting nearly double the commissioner of police salary for like a part-time job to chat foolishness about green flag.
Are you serious?
Yes. He gets nearly $500,000 a month, you know, the ombudsman.
The political ombudsman?
Yes. It's a highly paid off, part-time office. Because every now and then him say go full peace march. And then when Andrew Wallace put out, he had him turn him back. He's a man trying to make peace, you know. And when Andrew Wallace tried to make peace with him turned him back on him. You know what I mean? But we don't have our priorities right. We should be boosting up the pay of these policemen because their pay is horrible, you know, but the policeman pay for all ranks. From the
it really is a shame.
It is a shame.
And I don't know how we expect to have policemen behaving as we expect them to behave.
Exactly.
When that is what they're getting.
No
and given the dangers they're facing.
Yes, Mutty.
And their inability. You know, so one of the things that is resulting in all these police shootings, you know.
Yes.
Is the police conviction.
Yeah.
That man is a murderer. He murdered 10 people.
Yes.
But they have no evidence.
No, they can't prove it.
To prove it in court.
No.
So what they do is, catch him in a shootout.
Yes.
Right?
And after the shooting, they search the butcher's body found.
And you remember what Renito Adams said, that this foolishness about
innocent
until proven guilty. Yes, that cannot be held to apply to criminals.
He pronounced them criminals. He pronounced them criminals.
You decide that they're criminals and then you get rid of them.
You know?
Right, and you're doing the country a service.
Yes.
Because otherwise they would be there creating more crime.
Exactly.
You know? Because the police can't find the means of stopping them legitimately.
I would like Jamaica for Justice to access the...
As a matter of fact, it cannot even recognize, well, not the police, but the ancillary investigative groups. Can't even be sure whether the man is was dead from a gunshot or dead from heart failure.
Oh, boy. What we call it in polite circles a puppy show.
Indeed.
I tell you about it. Now, I see the PNP has one of their brightest stars there, Mr. Bunting.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
He seems to be headed for the Ministry of
I
Finance.
believe it's more prime ministership.
Assuming,
I don't think he was. I think he will really have his eye on the prime minister position someday to lead the party.
Oh, you think he has his eye there?
Yes, that's the impression that I get.
No,
you know?
sir, I get the impression that Mr. What's his name? Mr. Gentleman from Mandeville.
Mr. Bunting?
No, Mr.
Oh, John. Which one? The one that lost the seat or the...
Yes, the one that lost the seat.
Mr. Van der
Palmer. He's the man headed for the prime ministership. You didn't hear what he said?
No, I didn't hear.
I shall return.
Oh, yes. Those famous words. Those famous... I tell you. And he very well might, you know, Mutty. He very well might.
Well, there you are, I mean.
Yes.
You know?
And, you know, this thing with everybody praising up what a genius Mr. Bunting is. To me, I remember when Basabok was alive, and he used to speak about crony capitalism and all of that. I cannot understand how we are a government guided by socialist policies, right? And the policies of Omar Davis have led to a small clique of people calling themselves security dealers have become billionaires. And by those poor PNP people we're being getting poorer and poorer. Mr. Bunting is a billionaire. Mr. Campbell is a billionaire.
Significantly, persons...
And what have they done? Any factories? What have they done
No,
for this
they're not
country?
in that.
Mr. Perkins?
That is taking on trouble and hard work and risk.
Right?
I
mean, to say, don't we have any sensible people here? I mean, is that what we want to prolong the rich, the tiny clique of rich and super rich, getting super richer and super richer, and the poor people that hungry, they're naked, they got no roof over their head, life is miserable, short. I mean, to say, is that the vision of Jamaica? That's why they want to put in one of their own to carry on what Omar Davis calls buy into this smuggle. How can our country continue on this line, Mutty?
Well,
you tell me, are you calling these people as geniuses and Jamaicans to emulate them? Emulate them for what? How much Jamaicans?
Well, if the government, I'm wondering, sir, whether Dr. Davis hasn't seen the darkness at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, it's coming crash.
And
it's
getting out,
about to collapse.
Because if the government has reached the point where it cannot pay the hotel bills of judges on circuit court, right?
My God.
On time. And it creates this kind of embarrassment that we've seen in the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Then surely the time cannot be far when it can't service the debts.
Yeah. And that is bangarang, Mutty.
That is trouble.
That is bangarang.
Yes.
And instead of people in the media and the intelligentsia asking about these things, the abyss that faces Jamaica, how are we going to get out of it? You have Mr. Golding and Mr. Bullings and Mr. Shaw pointing new directions in which we should go. People do say, boy, yes, this is how. Let us dream of this and let us accomplish it. They said, oh no, PNP couldn't do it, so nobody else can. You know what I mean? We have lost our confidence as a people. We lost our brain power. So now what we quarrel about? Colors, names, why Jack Kingdom go to waste.
Yes.
Are we a people intelligent? Anybody?
Well.
Children leaving school, 80% of them don't even have one pass. I believe 70% of them can't even read and write properly.
But some of them can't read?
Yes.
Incidentally, you heard that little Trinidadian girl that is out here?
Oh, what a bright girl she is.
My God. 13 years
very
old.
Impressive.
And she has given up. She has lost the opportunity to do the
O-levels.
Is it O-levels?
I don't know. But
I got the impression it was. But the thing is this, that she's so articulate.
Yes.
And she clearly is thinking.
Yeah.
Very active mind.
You know, when I just got in, when I was on the threshold of becoming a man and thing, I remember we used to have a master at Kingston College, Mr. Crick, was from Barbados.
What's his name?
Educated man. He knew Greek, he knew Latin.
Yes.
And you know what I mean? The type of education. When he spoke to you and tell you about in Barbados, the literacy rate.
Yes.
And we knew from before we got independence that Barbados put all the effort on education.
But I was taught by another Barbadian.
Yes.
L.A. Prescott.
Oh.
He was at one time headmaster of Rossi's.
Yeah.
I think.
And I'm talking about great teachers. One of the greatest I knew at school was Sidney Scott. He used to teach history. I remember a history book, Binduff. And the prose in it was so beautiful. He left Kingston College and started Glenmuir High School.
Uh-huh.
I believe he's still alive today. I really would like to.
What's his name?
Mr. Sidney Scott.
Oh, yes.
A most erudite.
He's a Bajan too?
No, he's a Jamaican.
Oh.
He's a Jamaican. But you know, we knew from before we got independence that Barbados was more educated. They had a higher level.
They had, going far back.
Huh?
Going far back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Far back. And we knew that. I want to tell me, good God, in the year 2007, nothing has really changed, Mutty.
Yeah.
Eh? What have we done with our independence?
I think things have got worse.
I believe so too.
Because I can't remember any other period in which we were turning out the number of children from secondary schools who hadn't passed exams, and some of whom are illiterate from secondary schools.
Yeah.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is 12:45.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Enter the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union's Be Smart Loan Bonanza and qualify for a chance to win prizes. From a minimum loan disbursement of $100,000, you qualify to win monthly prizes of $10,000 and $100,000 in the grand draw towards your loan payment. Visit any one of our branches in Mandeville, Christiana, or Porus to access your loan. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. Authorized by order under the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online.
You know, Mutty, I'm speaking to all those poor people and entrusting their hopes, their dreams and aspirations. Oh, some people who tell them power for the people, black man time now. But look at how your life tough and hard. The system that the PNP have in power for 18 years. What is your station in life? Is your life any better? Eh? How them so rich and you so poor? Don't you have any self-respect and self-esteem so that this thing should have run? That you have hope and it's not just the friends of the PNP that at the top, not even the middle, at the top, that get richer and richer and richer. Open up your eyes and think. Don't make your heart rule you about you love PNP. You love Portia. You love Portia, but Portia can't rule. Portia can't run things. I am appealing to all Jamaicans, Mutty, to let us put Jamaica first.
All right.
Cut out the political slavery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Blessed love.
Eh?
Give thanks for life.
Give thanks for life.
I love you like water.
Oh, yes?
And I love you like oxygen.
Oh, Lord.
No man, I love you like one, I love you, not even your wife.
Oh, my God.
Listen up. The PMP before and the GLP behind. and they shall devour Israel with an open mouth. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but is on stretched out still. For the people turn not unto him that smiteth them, neither do they seek the Lord King of the hosts. The Lord, therefore the Lord, King will cut off from Israel the head and the tail, the branch and the rush in one day. The ancient, the Rastaman, the honorable, he is the head, and the prophet, like prophet Finn, that teacheth lies. Yes. He is the tail, the pastors and the politicians. For the leaders, the pastors and the politicians of this people has caused them to hell.
Well, because there are so many of them who are PhDs, you know.
Listen. Some of them have bachelors, best deception.
Hello? Hello? Oh, Lord, sorry about that. We seem to have lost him. Hello?
Hello, sir?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Good. My name is Winston Murad. I'm the councillor for the Rocky Point Division.
Yes.
In Southeast Clarendon.
Would you speak up for me, please, sir?
Yes, sir. In Southeast Clarendon. You got
Yes.
it? Good. Why I had to call you today, sir, is that I was watching the CVM news last night, and I saw where they said that this gentleman, Mr. Peter Bunting, is putting his strategies in place to see how he can win the central Manchester seat. Good. And, immediately my mind ran back to the strategies that he used against the most honorable Ushira in 1993. Yes, and I don't know if you recall, I know you were around, I don't know if you recall some of what took place during that election. Okay.
This was the 1993 election.
1993, March. Good. But I was there, I was a councillor then, and I'm still a councillor there now, and I recall a lot of things that happened on that day. Things like policemen from outside, vehicles marked mobile reserve, driving around the constituencies that day being led by activists, political activists.
Led by political activists?
Yes, driving before the police vehicles, picking up JLP supporters or voters, detaining them, detaining the cars that the JLP had to transport voters. And when we went to the police station to find out why you have these people here, they say that they got information that they were planning to steal ballot boxes. So they had to detain them until after 5 o'clock. Yes, sir. We had people driving around.
Did that really happen?
Yes, it did, sir. I can tell you, we had put together statements that we gave to the constituted authority. You know about the constituted authority? Good. Who was supposed to look at election malpractices and so on. We didn't hear anything from them since that. But we collected statements from all over the place and we gave it to them. We had minibus loads of people going around in PNP shirts or in shirts, and they had tags from the electoral office saying that they were indoor agents and some saying that they were outdoor agents. This meant that they could walk into any polling station and do whatever they want to do, even though indoor agents were already in those polling stations and outdoor agents outside. We also had, at the same time, they had what they now refer to as the golden ballot. You remember, you know that, the golden ballot thing?
The golden ballot?
Yes, sir. Whereby...
This is the one where you get the ballot, you go in.
You go in.
You mark it.
Right.
And the one that you get from the presiding officer.
Right.
You bring out to the... That's it?
That person out there, yes. That's the same one.
Yes.
And you would get a $500 in those days. In those days in 93, that was a lot of money.
$500?
Yes, sir. Now, these are things that we witnessed on that day. We had people like gunmen, thugs, going into polling stations, knocking over the presiding officers, marking out the ballots, stuff them in the boxes right there before the eyes of everybody. We had even a situation where this gentleman who's, well, as a matter of fact, I know him as a justice of the peace, but it was alleged at the time that he took his van load. He had a pickup truck, so he took a van load of these guys up to a certain polling station in the constituency, up in the countryside, and the rural, you'd say. And these guys went in, marked all the ballots out before the eyes of everybody there.
Well, you're not by any means suggesting that that Mr. Bunting was directly responsible for any of this?
Well, I wouldn't say Mr. Bunting per se, but the party.
I see.
Yeah, but I don't know if that happened in any other constituency in that 93 election.
Well, I'm sure it did. I mean,
well,
you know, things like that have been happening in constituencies all over the place. Certainly in the Kingston area, in the metropolitan area.
Right. But that was the first time we saw anything like that down in southeast London.
Yes.
You see? And then what happened now, after these guys took the ballot box down to the counting centre in Lionel Town, then somebody down there told them that no, these ballots no good because they weren't signed by the presiding officer. And they took it back to the home of the presiding officer that night, holding up the presiding officer with at gunpoint and compelling her to sign the ballots.
Oh?
Yeah. So you see, a lot of things happened that day. And then the big man himself was flying around in the helicopter. And it was being said by, well, we didn't have to see him with it, but people told us on the ground that was where the golden ballots were being distributed from.
From the helicopter?
Yes. That's what we were told.
The helicopter in which what? Who was this big man?
The candidate was flying around.
No, but then you're suggesting that that Mr. Bunting had some knowledge of all this dishonesty that was going on.
But this was what we were told later on.
Yes,
we
but
collected the
being told that and it being so are not necessarily the same thing.
No, not necessarily right. I understand that. I understand that.
So,
but other things happened that day.
You know, I don't think you should suggest that Mr. Bunting was, you know, knowledgeable or responsible.
No, right.
In connection with this.
Maybe he wasn't a part of the planning. And like
so
but
let me ask you something. He did beat Mr. Shearer by quite a large number of votes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
What was it? What was the figure again?
I think it was 1,300 and something.
1,300 and something. There's a substantial margin.
Yeah, that's a huge margin. But considering all that happened, and the vote buying and all of that went on.
So what you're suggesting, that he can't, he doesn't have a chance in Mandeville?
Well, I wouldn't suggest that, no, considering that he's a lot richer now, eh?
That he's what?
A lot richer now. Because at that time he used to say that he wouldn't be giving anybody anything so they can't nobody come to him and ask for anything. He's not giving anybody $1 from his pocket.
Well, I don't know that he has changed his mind on that, has he?
Well, I wouldn't know either, sir.
No, well, don't make assumptions.
Well, you know, in doing all of that, Mr. Perkins, and go through all of that trouble, spend all of that money, you know, intimidate people, lock up people and all of that, and for the next 5 years you didn't do a darn thing. What good was that? What was all of that for?
Well,
because it was under his watch that we lost everything in this constituency of Southeast Clarendon.
But then I think Mr. Bunting did resign, didn't he?
Well, he did not seek re-election.
He resigned?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Because of his disagreement with the way his party was proceeding?
I think he gave that as a reason, yes. Others might say that he was dissatisfied because he didn't get Minister of Finance.
He didn't get what?
To be the Minister of Finance at the time.
Well, I don't know. What makes you think so?
Well, those were rumors that were bandied about at the time. But you know, I just
But
wonder.
you know, so rumors. Rumors and fact are two quite different things, you know.
I know, but sometimes they correlate, you know, sir.
Uh-huh.
You know,
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocide solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-8884-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
We know your Ford like no one else does. Because at KIG, we are the Ford experts. Experienced technicians with direct online links to the manufacturers who can diagnose your problem right at the factory. Plus, we stock the widest inventory of genuine Ford parts. So if you drive a Ford, trust your vehicle only to the experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes?
Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon.
Let me just say one thing. Mr. Hugh Shearer, right?
Yeah.
It is not at all surprising that Mr. Hugh Shearer could have got a whopping in the 1993 election, or did get a whopping in the 1993 election, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think Hugh Shearer wasn't a man driven by political ambition, right? He wasn't a man who sought power. Power had to be virtually pushed upon him, which is what happened.
Yeah,
you know?
I know how him come in.
Eh?
I know when he
And there were other things in which he was far more interested.
Yeah.
That he was in political power.
But let me tell you.
You know what some of those were?
Yeah, man. I know that constituency from Bow to Beersheba.
Yes.
But I can tell you, the people of Manchester will have to look out for the trick about the main one, which was that whilst he was campaigning, promising the people that when he win, he's going to give each of them a cow. That whilst he was campaigning, promising the people that when he win, he's going to give each of them a cow. The morning after election, Mr. Perkins, no wholesale, no
where you
shop,
get that
no
from?
in there, never leave with a hunch and rope that people never buy out.
Where you get that one from?
Listen, man, me, I tell you that, because me know it, see it. But, alright, I call everybody around from Sandy Bay, Freetown, Langsville Park, Salt River, Hayes, go right down and talk. If you don't hear people tell you. If you see people on March Pan Road, the man after election, I go Langsville Park with rope to go cast them cow. And
I do not believe that, no. I don't think, to begin with, I don't think people could have been that stupid to believe that how many cows were going to be distributed. To begin with, I don't think people could have been that stupid to believe that how many cows were going to be distributed and where are all these cows going to be coming from.
But the poor people that never know said that amount of cow, they have to find that amount of cow. He would have to go have him, Alcan, and all of the big farm them in Jamaica.
No. Okay, hello? Hello? Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Nice to talk to you, man. First on the program, man.
Uh-huh. Happy to have you.
Yeah, man. Years me I listen to Mr. Perkins, man.
Eh?
After years me I listen to you, you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. I like your program and everything there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but you know me I call about Mr. Perkins.
What?
The bus. The bus that run from Portmore to Arbitrary and Town. It take a long time to get all the bus. Yeah. No, man. You have a JUTC bus run on the route. You know?
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But if you don't have the $80, you have to wait on the $50 bus.
Which is the $50 bus?
The $50 bus are the government JUTC bus.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
And the $80 is the
$50 is the white bus, the one they call. You know where them call them already.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, them bus type of bus there.
What them call them? Oh God.
All along a town over there, the Portmore bus stop again.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to all 2 hours again in the sun.
Waiting on the bus.
Waiting on
God.
all along a town over there, the Portmore bus stop again.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to all 2 hours again in the sun.
Waiting on the bus.
Waiting on the bus, and you can't get a bus.
But why?
Eh?
Why is that?
I don't know, Mr. Perkins. I don't know what I'm to the bus them. I don't know what I'm to the bus them, Mr. Perkins.
Oh?
Me even driving I want, I know I'm look and seeing at the steering of stone. Catch up the bus steering, so I ask the driver, what am I doing with that stone? They must say, catch up. Them put it in, never catch up the steering.
Catch up the what?
The steering wheel. A number 3 bus running come to Portmore.
Catch the steering wheel? How?
Yeah, a stone inside, like, you know, the steering wheel that have a cover.
Uh-huh.
But it come like the cover remove. So a big stone inside of the steering wheel. The driver.
You mean dump on the floor?
No, man, up in the steering, on the steering.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I ask the driver, when I do the stones, I tell them, say, I catch it up, through the steering a shift. I have to use it, catch up the steering wheel.
Well, I don't know how that could be done, but I find that interesting.
It's a shame, man. Shame, Mr. Perkins. I mean, one more problem, Mr. Perkins. The man who named Mr. Simmet yesterday. Hello?
Mr. who?
Mr. Simmet, man. Mr. What name? From Montego Bay there.
Uh-huh.
When I talk about drugs and...
Oh, yes, yes.
Like, I pass past street corner here about when I talk about drugs, man. Say drugs, man, I kill man, I rare.
Uh-huh.
Him not understood. Him just a try to take a side. You know?
I'll follow you.
Because man, they are People's National Party supporter from long time.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man. You never know that.
I'll follow you.
Yeah, man. But anyway, a long time I tried just to get your still, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
And just keep up the work. All
right, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Sorry about that. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Uh-huh.
I hear, I called to talk about Mr. Bunting.
Yes.
And how people is really bigging up Mr. Bunting. You know, while he's a very ambitious young man, You know, I'm saying he was coming from a constituency of Clarendon, right? Is he going to Manchester with a track record to say he has done this for Jamaica? And we don't need any more people in Jamaica, right? Look at what is happening in the People's National Party and the government right now. Is the people is in great distress and in want. Jamaica need help. Our crime statistic is so high.
Yes.
Right? And in order to my little session in it about crime is that the young people need jobs. Right? And to create jobs, as Mr. Bunting done, his company here advertise all the while on the television. Has that man ever done anything in the form of factories that he can create a lot of jobs for young people and stuff?
Uh-huh.
And being a member of the present government, and he came out, what has he done? Right? When I hear he speaks on the radio, I haven't heard he said anything that I have done this and I have done that in Clarendon. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but he hasn't been MP for Clarendon now for quite some time.
Yeah, but when he was MP, what has he done there?
Uh-huh. Well,
You know?
How long was he MP? I think he left before the 1997 election, didn't he?
I don't really know, but I knew that he was an MP there.
Yes.
Right? So I'm saying, come with your track record.
Uh-huh.
You know, and why haven't he got, because Portia should have realized that she wanted a new finance minister from then. From she took over government, took over the prime ministership. She should have known that Omar Davis should go.
Yes, but then Mr. Bunting was a campaigner for Dr. Davis.
Yes, so what I'm saying, but she knew the
So
start.
he must agree with Dr. Davis's policies.
Policy, that means he will be coming with the same type of policy that Dr. Davis has.
Oh, so
Because if you're my friend and I can't tell you, look,
So
this is wrong from this is true, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So what is he bringing to the table?
I don't know.
What new ideas would he be bringing to the table?
Marco, it hasn't been announced yet that he is going to be. We're just speculating at this point.
And as for John Jr.,
Huh?
why wasn't he backing Mr. Palmer then? Here is he now on a bandwagon that he would be,
Uh-huh.
and now that he would be the
Well, I
campaign
don't
manager.
know. Didn't he back Mr. Palmer?
No, he did not. He did not. He did not back Mr. Palmer. Here is he now that he wants to be the campaign manager for Mr. Bunting.
Uh-huh.
Right? That's kind of message to tell you what the the hypocrisy is in the People's National Party.
What hypocrisy?
He's a hypocrite man, because Mr. Palmer came out bluntly and said that he was being backed.
He was being boxed.
Backed by the hierarchy. Yes.
Yes, I thought that Mr. Palmer said that that Mr. what's his name, the present MP,
Mr. John Jr.
John Jr. I thought I heard Mr. Palmer saying on a radio program that Mr. Palmer brought him in, Mr. Jr. brought him in there.
Oh my!
I got the impression that he had something to do with his coming in there to that constituency. But then Mr. Palmer has run into a lot of trouble, you know. I mean,
right.
You know.
Did he say he beat his wife?
Well, that is. Well, the wife did make statements to the police about it, didn't she?
So, Mr. Perkins, it wasn't now that his wife made a statement.
I know it was some time ago.
Right, some time ago. So
Yes.
why now?
But
As the poll revealed that he is losing in the poll,
Yes.
that he has to go.
Yes. Well, that is the impact that the wife beating story seems to have had on that constituency, you know?
Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
as a woman in her 40s, at my late 40s,
Uh-huh.
I would like to see a new Jamaica. A Jamaica reversed back to the time when I remember where children were brought up in home. We were poor, but yet still we grew up with manners, understanding, and not only a mother and a father in a home cared for a child, but the whole community cared for a child.
Yes, that's
I would love to see that country again. And Mr. Perkins, what I'm seeing now, it's really alarming. You know that little boy from 12 years old carrying a gun.
Uh-huh.
What would really motivate a child, a boy 12 years old, to carry a gun?
Well, because that is what he sees going on. Look here. The Minister of National Security, Dr. Peter Phillips, has said that in Jamaica, the man who plays by the rules is the man that gets shafted.
Okay.
Now, little boys on the street are learning that.
Okay.
That if you want to be respected, you come from a ghetto area. You're poor. It's not that you have any money and can buy bima and all them kind of something. Right?
Yes.
I tell you something about that. I once gave a lift to a woman at a bus stop in Nain in St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Right? I picked her up there. Right? And she was standing there and felt me don't beg me a lift, and I picked her up, picked her up. And we got to talking. And she was telling me that she was a teacher at a secondary school.
Yes.
Right? And she was saying that, the children in her school, when she were telling her, and especially the boys, I suppose, were telling her that what she going on up there with the blackboard is foolishness.
Stupidness.
Right?
They don't want to hear that.
Them not interested in that because them want to drive bima.
Okay.
Right? Hold on just a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Oliver. Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with ½ pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The steakhouse and bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes?
Yes. One quick topic, sir, Mr. Perkins. You know that Jamaica is a rich country?
Uh-huh.
We're a wealthy country now, Mr. Perkins. But we're not putting the young people to work, Mr.
No,
Perkins.
we're not making the best of our resources.
We're not making the best use of it, Mr. Perkins. Those men into prisons, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I think they should be made to feed themselves, sir.
Uh-huh.
Because we have the land that those men can go and cultivate, sir.
Uh-huh.
Right? To plant and do all this
Well,
very important all this food.
Look here. If we were really serious in this country, we would recognize, Mr. Shaw
yes, sir.
is encouraging a project up in Christiana there, where he has where they have people growing crops in greenhouses.
Yes, sir.
Right?
I saw it on the television.
You saw it on the TV.
Yes.
Now, the merit of the greenhouse is, of course, that you can control the conditions in it.
Okay.
Right? You can I don't know if they're doing, but you can control the temperature, you can control the humidity, you can control whatever, right?
Yes.
Exclude insects, whatever, right?
Yes.
It's a controlled area. Now, a prison is like that, you know. It's a controlled area.
Right.
Now, if we were focusing less on punishing these people and recognizing that, you know, there were deficiencies in their upbringing which caused them to behave in the way that they behave.
The manner, yes, sir.
And we could use that prison as a school, right?
Yes, sir.
And change them
Change them.
from being criminal types into useful citizens.
That's what I'm saying, Mr.
Right?
Perkins.
Give them skills to come out and contribute to the building of wealth in
But their
this
mindsetting
society.
will be
But then the
changed.
point is this, that even the ones who are not committing the crimes, right?
You're not doing
the
anything.
ones who are going to university and getting degrees, when they come out, you don't have no use for them. They have to go to America or something like that to make money.
Find another country to put their
Absolutely.
to put to use.
Yes, that is what is going on in your country.
So, Mr. Perkins, what has become of all those factories? Because I can remember going down Marcus Garvey Drive
Yes,
in the evening, or going up to 3 Mile.
yes,
At about 5 o'clock, you see all these people coming from the
yes.
factory work.
Take a drive down to Morant Bay and look at the Goodyear factory.
What has become of all those factories, Mr. Perkins?
The industries have migrated from Jamaica, Mom. Right? Because the conditions here
It's not conducive.
were not, Mr. Paulwell said in Parliament one night, you know, that this is not a place that is attractive to investment.
Okay.
Okay?
So
Now we have made it on, the government of Jamaica has taken the lead in making Jamaica unattractive to investors.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
But the young people of this country
So
don't
they
have
are deprived of opportunities.
opportunity. So
Right.
they are left sit and find work to those
Absolutely.
idle hands now.
Absolutely.
So we have
And
to
Jamaica
think
is
another way.
borrowing money to make its way in the world.
So Jamaica
And the debt is getting bigger and bigger, and we are getting poorer.
And poorer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, Mr. Perkins, what do you think is the solution right now to bring back this country back on track? Because I can remember clearly that it wasn't the dollar when it was 5-1, Mr. Perkins. Now the dollar slide out of hand.
The dollar at
66.
one time was worth
6 to
more
1
than
dollar, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
6 to 1. When Mr. Seaga was in power, it was 5-1.
Yes,
The
but
last time I heard it was 5.50.
But prior to that, when it first came in, it was the Jamaican dollar was worth $1.20 US.
But Mr. Perkins, let me ask you,
Eh?
a country like Bahamas,
Yes,
how much is the US dollar value to one of their dollars?
I am not sure. I haven't got it offhand.
Bermuda? No?
I haven't got it, but it's a lot better than Jamaica.
Right, and I hear people talking about the crime rate in those countries is so low,
Yes.
right? So you can see definitely that when you have less employment, you're going to have more crime.
But of course,
Oh my God.
when you have look here,
It's frightening, Mr. Perkins.
hold on. A man must eat he must consume to survive.
He
Sorry
has to
about
consume.
that. Am I right?
Yes, he has to.
Now, if he cannot consume by legitimate means,
He's going to get it elsewhere. Illegal means.
he has to make up his mind.
Okay.
Either he's going to lie down and die of starvation,
Okay.
or he's going to find some other means of surviving.
Okay.
And that is the option that people are being given in Jamaica.
Very sad, Mr. Perkins. Very
Okay.
sad. One last thing before you go, Mr. Those two young men that died in Marbury.
Uh-huh.
You know, I send out my condolences to the parents. One for sure, Michael Lunan. You know, they're a young man of the community. You know, it brought peace to that community between rivaling factors.
Yes.
Because Marbury is like a divided part, top and bottom Marbury, where you have some JLP, PMP. Some PMP couldn't go a certain place and JLP couldn't go on a certain place. And that young man had brought that peace into Marbury, you know. And they had this thing here that the PMP keep a dance one night and the JLP could have gone there. and the JLP keep a dance, a special night, and the PMP could have come there. And Marble was enjoyed, because the other day Marble was up on a big upsurge of violence. And now it is a quiet community. Now the people are enjoying themselves. The young people can go out again and enjoy themselves. And it was so frightening Monday morning, because it was about 4:30 that they killed him, you know, in Store Road there. You know, I just want to, tell the people about to hold the strain, hold the strain, and that don't be deterred, because God will take care of the killers in due time. And
well, my condolences to them too.
Yes.
But while we're on that subject, do you realize what it was, what that introduced guns into Jamaica in the way, on the scale that it's politics,
Politics.
Yes.
That's what I was told, that it was politics that initially was talking. But I don't think politics have anything to do with gun, no, Mr. Perkins.
Well, no. But I tell you something. Somebody I know was on an aircraft coming from Trinidad some years ago. This is back in the early 1980s, right?
Yes.
And in one of the islands, I can't remember which one, a person joined the flight, came onto the plane.
Yes, sir.
Right? A Jamaican politician.
Yes, sir.
Politician, a person of some, well, let us say, some considerable prominence in contemporary Jamaican politics. And that person, we got to talking with her, sat beside her, was talking with her. Right?
Yes, sir.
And among the things that she said, that she was told, that this person told her, was that the politics had created in the constituencies, in certain constituencies, a donmanship situation, right?
Okay.
Where the Don and the gangs, the purpose of organizing them was to support the political party.
Okay.
And they were fed out of the consolidated fund.
Okay.
Right? They got the jobs and this and that and contract and whatever. And they were supplied with guns and all this kind of thing. Right?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
But this politician was saying, talking about a fear that a situation was developing in which the gangs and the gang leaders were finding other uses for the guns.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
The drugs and the whatever. Right?
Country for too much drugs.
And there was a prospect, a not very unhappy prospect, that a time was going to come when it wouldn't be the politician that would be dominant in the constituency, but the gang leader.
Okay.
And it was it's a politician who would have to kowtow to the gang leader, not the other way around.
Okay.
Right? Well, I don't know that it has come to that quite.
Right. Too many guns, Mr. Perkins.
But the guns are out there.
Too many guns, Mr. Perkins. And I hear the Prime Minister, she's going to go all out for the guns. Right? And she's going to make a new squad for the guns. To get the guns. But I hope when they are doing this, they don't abuse citizens' rights.
Yes.
Right?
Well,
we have to take that in consideration.
They're already abusing citizens' rights.
We were already, yes. And I hope they don't further. They desist from doing so. Because the more the police is more compassionate with the citizen, I think they'll get a better word from the citizen.
But not only that, Mom. You cannot create law and order by methods which are lawless and disorderly.
They be the police officer, they be the juror, and they be...
No, that cannot work.
That can't work, Mr. Perkins.
No.
Take them before the judge. right? They don't execute the duty of the judge.
Well, I don't know about taking them before the judge. It looked like them can't find money to
What a
put up
disgrace.
the judge in the hotel.
What a disgrace. And no apology. No apology to the judge. No apology was made.
No apology.
Mr. Perkins, I thank you for your time.
Okay, Mom. Thank you
Have a
very
good
much.
day now.
All the best
Bye-bye.
to you too. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Reach your financial goals with a COK fixed deposit account. Get your savings on track. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? What's happening? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. It's
Hi, how are you?
Beswick here. I thought it's necessary for me to make...
I'm not hearing you very clearly.
I thought that I would like to comment on the recent issue that you've been dealing with in relation to the judge and...
Would you keep your voice up for me? The thing with the judge.
Yes, the matter with the judge. I'd like to comment on it.
Yes, please do.
And I want to preface my comment by making the point that My statement is made from the perspective of someone who's been a member of the bar for 28 years.
You're what?
I have been a member of this bar for 28 years.
28 years.
And I think, therefore, I not only have a right, but a duty to speak out against the kind of foolishness that is issued out, apparently, from the Attorney General or from the Minister of Justice.
Yes.
Now, first of all, I listened earlier to some of the comments that other people made and that some of the statements you had made. And I want to say that I agree entirely with the view that the judge and, in fact, no servant of the crown is under any duty whatsoever to put their hand in their pocket and take out any credit card or any money or assisting. And I tell you something, the reference to it in the response from the Attorney General is low.
Yes.
The reference to it, I find it to be low and beneath the dignity of the office.
Shameful.
If the judge, in fact, said that, I support her totally. No one is supposed to do that. And to make the suggestion that somehow her arrival in the dead of night has anything to do with it, what is she supposed to do? Leave her family in the middle of the day?
But look, her arrival in the dead of night aggravates the situation because you go there expecting that there is going to be a room ready for you.
Indeed, and you have to leave the day before in order to be at work early in the morning.
Absolutely.
So that's why you arrive at the dead of night.
And she has things to do.
The general problem, however, is this. The general issue that I want to turn to is the question of the minister's statement at all.
Yes.
Well, the minister, in my view, had two rational choices. He could have said nothing, which might have been, some people might have said, well, he should make a response.
Yes.
But at least it wouldn't have engendered this, this brouhaha and this kind of talk.
Yes.
Or he could have simply said, look, the Ministry of Justice apologizes for the problem that occurred and will take steps to see it doesn't happen again.
And hold on, sir. And apologizes.
The end of it.
And apologizes not only to the judge,
but to all those affected.
But to the people of Jamaica.
Indeed.
Right?
You were perfectly right in making the comment, I think it was you who made it, that the judge, in fact, is perfectly correct in making a statement to the from the bench, quite apart from any personal aggravation which he may feel, which I fully understand. The judge, whoever it is personally is quite right in making a statement that, look, things are not properly arranged, and something may happen to cause me not to remain here.
Absolutely.
There are lawyers who will have come down there on their client's expense, and are staying hotel accommodation themselves.
Yes.
They have other matters. They need to know what the possibilities are.
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong with her making a statement that we appear to have a problem, and
there's everything right with it.
Yes. But in any event, it is the whole problem. The basic problem I have is the idea that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, and therein lies a part of the problem, because you need to understand it's the same person, but yet they are different offices.
Functions, yes.
Held by the same person, and in my view, completely incompatible in some instances. The Minister of Justice is going to come out in public and attempt to castigate his employee, the judge, who is supposed to be judicially independent.
Yes.
What is this supposed to mean? What am I, as a member of the bar, supposed to feel about this? Because I have no brief for the individual judge. It's about the system.
Yes.
If this judge is sent down there, and it's not just a judge, if the court reporters, the court recorders, court reporters, the prosecuting counsel, the orderlies, if all this is not in place, you don't have a system.
Yes.
You don't have a system that's reliable. You don't have a system you can depend on. People will come down there. They will either not get their rights, or somebody else will get their rights.
Yes.
The wrong people will be convicted, and the wrong people will be let go.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we all want the same thing. I want justice for my clients. The Crown wants to make sure it represents the people of Jamaica properly.
Yes.
The judge is there to oversee the proceedings and see to that it's done with decorum and in a proper manner and in accordance with the law. Now, why am I
also, sir, we want a situation
of Justice
in which
castigating a judge in public because the judge has made a simple statement that you didn't make arrangements for this circuit properly.
Yes.
It is offensive, outrageous, and out of order. And I deprecate it. And I hope the Bar Association and other legal associations take a stand on it.
And an affront to the dignity of the office.
It is.
Right?
It is beneath the dignity of both offices.
Yes.
And I raise this point in passing. When the Minister of Justice was making a statement, was the Attorney General there? This is important to know, Perkins. I'll tell you why. The Attorney General is the head of the legal stream of government.
Yes.
He and his officers, the officers in his chambers, appear before the courts, the very same judge and other judges.
Yes.
Now, when he or his officers next appear, are the judges supposed to forget that their employer has warned them against making statements of this sort?
Yes.
You see how uncomfortable I feel about it now?
Yes. Absolutely.
It's a piece of outright rudeness.
Yes.
And I hope the gentleman who holds the office has the dignity, the good sense, and the courage to stand up in public and say, I retract it, it was wrong.
Yes.
I sincerely hope so.
That's the least that he could do.
Better he had simply shut up and let it pass.
Well, maybe it would be a good thing if he did a lot more shutting up than talking.
I'm not going there with you on that. I understand why you say that, but I'm speaking about this specific instance. And I say again that I think I have a duty to speak out about these things. I think all of us at a certain stage of the profession certainly have this duty. At any stage, but certainly as you age in the profession, the duty, I think, the obligation increases.
Uh-huh.
And I'm making my point, my statement, that this is wrong.
Yes.
It's absolutely wrong, and it lends credence to the view that many have, that the judges can be interfered with.
Yes.
Now, I can tell you personally that if that judge was any close female relative of mine, and this had happened to her at 11 o'clock at night, I would have used every persuasive ability I had to have her return to Kingston.
Uh-huh.
I think the judge was outstanding in actually staying around.
Yes. Yes. And I tell you something, sir. One thing you have not mentioned is the issue of security.
Oh, yes.
Because
That's
somebody in a position like that cannot be just going around staying in any room in any little
You're
house.
absolutely right. In fact, you can't stay in any little hotel because you end up with, obviously people come there to the circuit. And you will end up with a situation where at breakfast the judge is sitting one table away from the person that he or she will be sitting ruling on in 1 hour's time. That's unacceptable, and you know, it puts people in a difficult situation. So the hotel, the accommodation has to be expansive enough, let's call it that, and also secure enough to prevent those kinds of problems from happening. So that means that the choice of accommodation is limited in the sense that you have to go for the large establishments, you know, that sort of thing. And the ministry understands this, and they do bear it in mind when they set the when they make the accommodation. I'm not saying that they don't do that. The problem obviously here was just simply that something went awry, and all that needed to be done in terms of a public response, in my view, was simply to say, look, the minister apologized, we will see that it doesn't happen again. Instead of which we have Attorney General and Minister of Justice castigating judge in an open forum.
Yes.
I think it's low and wrong.
And that would have been the end of the matter? Or
no, and I go further. It's bordering on contempt.
Yes.
Because certainly couldn't have been the Attorney General who's making the statement. Because he's like myself, is just a barrister, a counsel before the court. And if the Minister of Justice is doing it, he seems to be coming close to interfering with the bench's right to speak.
Yes.
So I really wonder, you know, who...
we should be hearing from the Chief Justice on this, shouldn't we?
Yes, well, I don't know what his position is, but I've given you mine. And I sincerely hope that those at the private bar share it.
Yes.
And I hope they will speak out as well. And I hope that the Bar Association will formally, or associations, because more than one, will formally speak out on this.
Absolutely.
And condemn it as it should be condemned. I have
Very
nothing
good.
against the gentleman, sir.
Eh?
I have nothing against the gentleman himself.
Yes.
But his behavior must be condemned. And he must be made to understand that we will not tolerate this in the legal profession.
Absolutely. Well, it was very good hearing from you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Okay. I hope that we'll get some further comments from other attorneys at law as to their views concerning this matter. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am calling to let you understand how the electoral system is going on.
Yes.
I got the voters list in November. As I was going through the voters list, I have noticed that there is some person's name
You're
missing.
what, a candidate?
No, I'm not a candidate.
An MP?
No, I'm not the MP. So I realized that some names were missing, and I called up the lady and said, did you re-verify it? She said, yes, but have transferred to another PD. So I did not pay it any mind. And this month when we get the the other list, the preliminary list, I looked at the list and I called her up and said, where were you transferred to? Where are you living now? And she tell me, and I look at that list. Her name was not on the list. So I said, your name has not been on the list. So I said to her, do you have your yellow sheet that you got when you re-verified? She said, yes. But first I went even further to look on the alphabetical list, and she was not on it. So I took the yellow paper from her and went down to the electoral office, sent to her, the workers, that this lady...
In what capacity are you doing this?
Pardon me?
In what capacity are you doing all of this?
I am the liaison officer for the constituency.
I see. Hold on just a moment for me.
Ocherius and surrounding areas. For Decra roofing tiles, top quality clay tiles and more, call Quality Dealers Roofing Limited, 3 Milford Road, Ocherius, telephone 974-6424. Quality Dealers Roofing, serving you since 1972. The time by Quality Dealers Roofing is
1:45. Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The double zinger is back, even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy double zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue double zinger.
The double zinger sandwich. I got take some heating.
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mom.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
So I went to the electoral office and made an inquiry. I said, this lady's name has been left off the list. She has her yellow paper. Can she be back on the list? They said no, because that phase is gone already.
Oh.
I said, why? Because it's not her fault.
Mm-hmm.
She has made the effort to be re-verified.
Yes.
She's living at that address.
Yes.
And I go further to inquire, make some inquiries about it. And they said to me, no, she cannot be on the list.
Yes.
Now, I had called the supervisor, only to be told that she was doing a transfer of votes, so she had to get a first pass and a second pass and a third pass. That is a visit. First visit, second visit, and third visit. Now, Mr. Perkins.
I don't understand that.
When they go to re-verify the first time, somebody was to go back again to check her again to see that she's living there and check her a third time.
What kind of nonsense is
Yes,
that?
sir. So, Mr. Perkins, let me tell you what I found out. I said to the gentleman, but you're talking rubbish. People who had died from 2002, their names are still on the voters list.
Mm-hmm.
Who has given those people first pass, second pass, or third pass? People who are living abroad, their names are still on the voters list. And this lady has taken up her census and is going to deny the rights to vote?
Yeah.
Huh? What foolishness and rubbish is this?
Mm-hmm. So look here. Where is it now?
That's what they have told me. It stopped at that. she can't be on the list.
No,
she
ma'am.
had to come to a hearing sometime or the other, but she won't be able to get on this voters list.
No.
But, Mr. Perkins, listen to this one.
Yes.
We are doing correction as we speak. I suggested, why can't she be on the correction list?
Yes.
And who said they had visited the lady the second and the third time? They have not. That lady is not a well lady. She has not been living her yard. For instance, she was living at another place, and her daughter take her to live with her because she's not so well. So she's not going nowhere. So nobody had visited her for the second and the third visit.
Mm-hmm. You know what I suggest? Talk to a good lawyer.
No, man, something has to be done, sir.
Hold on. Talk to a good lawyer with a view to bringing the matter to the courts. Does that woman have a right to be on the voters list?
Yes, of course you do, sir.
Right? Now, if she does have such a right, then how can the electoral office or any agent of the electoral office have a power to exclude her from that voters list?
I don't care what kind of
Now, if she had been excluded from the voters list as a result of her own action or inaction, that would be one thing.
That would be one thing.
But how can she be excluded from the voters list, deprived of her right
Yes, sir.
as a citizen of this country to vote in an election by the action or inaction of the electoral office? Don't sound right to me.
Foolishness, sir. It's foolishness. Now this lady is going to be denied.
And I tell you something, you know.
Yes, sir.
If you ever took that matter to the court and got the result that you hope for, right?
Yes, sir.
That would make a considerable difference to the way
Mr. Perkins, the lady needs to
electoral
get
office
on the
operates.
voters list. I only hope that Mr. Danville Walker is listening.
No, man, no bother with that. Forget that. Take the matter to the courts, man.
Well, she has to do that. She has to do that, Mr. Perkins,
Well,
because it's foolishness.
Help her to do it.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Okay, all
because
right.
she has made the effort to re-verify it. And the stupidness that people died from 2002, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And the names are still on the voters list.
Yes.
People who are abroad, who give those people that have died from 2002 first visit and second visit and third visit? Nobody. How the names get back on the voters list? And they're saying they had a clean voters list this time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody wants
They're
to
going to
clean it
deny
of...
the lady of her equal rights and justice.
Maybe what they're trying to do is to clean it of the wrong people, you know? People who
Mr.
might
Perkins,
vote the wrong way.
I only hope to God, Mr. Danville Walker, hear what I am saying. So he can put something in place that people who are being re-verified, whether the transfer...
No, but it shouldn't be necessary to... Well, I don't know. If you want to talk to Mr. Walker, talk to him. But I would take the matter to the court.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Mm-hmm. Yes, good afternoon.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Uh-huh.
Long time no talk.
Yes, indeed.
I was sick, you know.
Oh, you were?
Nearly killed myself.
Oh, Lord, but you're better now.
Maybe while the doctor said my pressure go up, must boil 2 or 3 peg of garlic.
Uh-huh.
I boil the whole head.
You boil the whole head?
You see.
But
Anyway.
I thought it was the raw garlic that you should eat.
Yes, but I boil the whole head.
I see what you mean.
Anyway, we should have good road here. It out a bit further. We should have a little better situation to what taxes we are paying.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely.
When I
Plenty better
got this
situation.
place,
Eh?
when I got this place in the 80s,
Yes.
I was paying 600 and something per year.
Yes. As tax.
Taxes.
Uh-huh.
You know how much I pay now?
Tell me.
6,000
My God,
with
10
the
times.
600.
Eh?
We not should have a road that we could slide on.
Absolutely.
Eh?
Yes.
Well, we have. And everything is in the reverse. Everything. Because we know nothing good now to achieve.
Uh-huh.
We don't know we bedded from we bedfoot. And the law, because remember me, they tell you me went to public hospital, fall down and cut. And if me didn't have 1,800 with me, they wouldn't touch me and me I bleed.
Yes.
Eh? Me bleeding.
Oh boy.
And if I didn't have 1,800, they would never touch me.
They'd have sat down there and watch you bleed to death.
Huh?
They'd have watched you bleed to death.
Yes. Well, a lot of people will have accident and go in. You can tell so well. And so make them dead.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Because they don't have the money.
Oh God.
You understand?
Does that really happen?
What?
That kind of, absolute brutality? I don't think it happens like that.
It happened. And I said the morning.
Not in an emergency situation like that.
You understand? The morning is a good thing. Me didn't pay the phone bill because me went out to do it. But just was going across and slipped and cut right on top of my nose.
Uh-huh.
And a truck man, up to now, I don't find him to thank him. Him take me up and carry me up there.
Uh-huh.
And if I did not have that money with me, they would never touch me.
Yes.
You understand? So that's where we gone to.
Yeah, oh boy.
When I was young, I was sick in the hospital. When England have Jamaica.
Yes.
And the treatment I get was so good.
Yes.
That when I went home, I get one of them big tree.
Uh-huh.
I put 4 big pineapple at the 4 end. And every fruit you can think of. And carry go get the nurses.
Yes.
And all you say is a thank you.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
Yes, yes.
No. For instance, when I came out, you see, I sent it the drug paper because I didn't know I could get my medication up there at the pharmacy. And I sent it go check a York pharmacy. You know how much they say it was? 12,300.
Oh my God.
When we go up a UC, how much you think it come to?
How much?
$3,010.
Oh?
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
From 12,000, how much?
To 3,000.
$3,010.
Oh boy.
You understand? So up to now, I still struggling on because it was sick, and then afterwards come out, they have blood clot in my leg.
Uh-huh.
So they're treating it.
Oh, good.
You understand?
Yes,
but
I
I'm
hope.
saying they're set up. When we went independent,
Uh-huh.
is one of the worst. And then the thing about it, who get it dead gone,
You what?
They say cow dead left with trouble in skin. You understand?
Uh-huh.
Because, them will get independent and get where them to get them dead and gone.
Yes.
And we know what the sufferer.
Sufferer.
Yeah? We are the sufferer. You understand?
Yes, well, boy, I didn't have any idea that it would have turned out like this.
Huh? Not in the least. You understand?
Yes.
We never. Because March gone me 84.
Uh-huh.
You understand?
You're 84.
Mm-hmm.
You're a young man.
Yeah. My dear, you see, and you have to live at least at my age. I miss me go to the hospital.
Uh-huh.
And if me no have money, we would have dead.
Uh-huh.
So you see where things gone to.
Yes.
I don't know what. And the people, worst thing, you go abroad and you're ungrateful, You know that?
Uh-huh.
Because when you have your house and sell it and come here, you should not pay the people where you buy the house, where you get the money from.
Yes.
So maybe the ungratefulness make things go so. Because where you get the money, there you should not pay taxes.
Yes, yes.
You can't come here and try help.
Uh-huh.
Me find one letter. When me come out one time, me bring out a van and a car.
Uh-huh.
The cost of it, because the van was new, but in the firm, water wet up the side, inside.
Uh-huh.
The car again, a new car, but the girl mash up the left-hand side.
Uh-huh.
And in Bermuda, insurance can't pay you for anything. And you put it back on the road.
Uh-huh.
So the van knew and me son know the man. And
What insurance can't pay you for anything on what?
If your car mash up and they pay you for it, give you a new car.
Oh, I see.
You can fix the old one, put back.
Oh, I see.
You understand? So that was what happened.
Yes.
And me bring them out. A $3,000 it cost me to buy. And when me did bring it out, you know how much duty then charge me?
How much?
$175,000. You hear?
Oh, gosh. Yes.
Mr. Manley was alive. That's the one thing good man do for me. Me write him a letter. Ask him if he might encourage me to come home to come bake bread.
Yes.
You hear?
Yes.
And him send me, then me they give it to one of him minister to give him. And she laugh, and say, what a way Manley I go laugh. Me say if he laugh, him is a fool. You hear? And me give it to the man, Mike Henry. You hear?
Yes.
We went to a funeral and he was there. And me give it to him to give it to Manley. And he took it to him. You hear? And take it the Monday and Wednesday, Mr. Manley send one car in my yard. And the paper and give me then take off the $100,000. The 100,000.
Yes.
And me pay 75,000. So you see, if you sit down with your hand full, you see how you suffer.
Yes, yes.
You understand?
Yes.
From
so what? Him take off 25,000?
They take off the 100,000.
Oh, it was 175?
175,000.
Oh, Lord.
For something where you give them the paper where you buy for 3,000.
Yes.
You hear? And that was 91. You hear?
Yes.
So you see, if I didn't do that, you see what would have happened?
Yes, indeed.
175,000 before for something you buy for 3,000.
Yes, indeed.
So you
hold on a moment for me.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There's an area of disturbed weather over the island. This afternoon, look for cloudy conditions with occasional showers and thunderstorms across the island. Over the next 3 days, expect mostly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Father Bull, Zebo, and Capital T present the birthday bash of the year, all day, all night at Mile Gully Square, Manchester. Saturday, May 19, Unitex Sounds and High Grade Disco with DJ Talia from Irie. You got to be there. Mile Gully Square, Saturday, May 19, all day, all night.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
No, all these taxes you pay are nothing better.
Uh-huh.
It better when you never pay but a little. You don't understand?
Yes, yes.
Because we had better roads then.
Uh-huh. Better roads, better hospitals, better schools.
Better everything.
Huh?
Because we went in the hospital
better policing.
Ago. We did the clot in my leg. And we are in the hospital, me was away some old bed pack up.
Uh-huh.
Me never see anything like this. You understand?
Yes.
Me work a hospital all of me working days abroad.
Yes.
In Bermuda. I may tell you, me no see when you go in there, you feel like you're there now. I can't even put it in words because you don't know what looks so.
We're in the hospital here.
The hospital.
Yes.
Then again, you have much prisoners sit down and until watch TV. They should have sent them out to plant and make them work.
Yes.
And that's why you have so much crime. Because all them do go in, they go sit down. You understand?
They will watch TV in there?
When we Jamaica, before Jamaica went independent, in the 40s and thing, they used to have place where them prisoner they are plant. And whole heap of things could be got. Them even bake bread that people outside buy. You understand?
Yeah.
No, they
and make brick and thing.
Yes?
They used to make brick and...
Yes. And you never had so much crime, did we?
No, not really.
But you see, a easy life, no.
Well, I don't know if that is what caused it.
Well,
the hard life outside will cause it.
And then factories and things. You think there are more factories and people. Look, people get them degree and come here, can't get work. Eh? Jesus, man. We beg God no make we go no further. You understand?
Yes.
Anyway, you have a blessed day.
All right, my darling.
Yes.
All the best to you, too. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to share some information with you about the upcoming hurricane season, which begins in about 2 weeks.
The hurricane season?
Yes. And just, I'm sure that ODPEM has the information, but we seem to be facing a potentially very, very, active season.
So they said.
And, well, I'm just wondering about the preparedness of the country, for such an eventuality. Even the condition of the roads and that sort of thing.
Hold on a little bit. We don't have money to rent a hotel room to put a judge in. Right?
Right.
Who is going to run a circuit court for 3 weeks?
Well...
Then where are we going to get money from for prepare for storm?
Well, I don't know, sir, but, if they had been taking preventive measures from the beginning, we might not be in this state now. And it's very worrying. The Colorado State University, the Department of Science,
yes,
is predicting, for example, the U.S. coastline, the eastern U.S. coastline,
yes,
a 74% probability of a strike for 2007.
Oh.
The average for the last century is 52%. That's the actual, strike probability.
And this is 72%.
This is now 74%.
74%. I wonder what the probability is for Jamaica.
Well, they've predicted above average because, this is U.S. based. I mean, they don't really focus on the Caribbean.
Yes, I know.
But they have above average major hurricane landfall risk in the Caribbean. That's just a statement from Colorado State. They have predicted 17 storms, named storms, for 2007, with 9 hurricanes and an additional 5, total of 14. 5 out of those 14 will be major hurricanes. That's category 3, 4, or 5.
Yes.
The probability of a strike, for example, from the Florida Panhandle going around the Gulf down to Brownsville on the Mexico border is 49%.
Yes.
The average last century is 30%. And I mean, I don't think it's something that is just, out there.
Yes.
I believe it's credible information because Colorado State has been doing this for like 24, 25 years.
Yes.
And they have the technology, to produce these results. Incidentally, they had actually published something in December 2006, and this last update was done on April 3rd, 2007, just about 5 weeks ago. I just thought I'd share that with you, sir. And
yes, it's pretty interesting stuff.
I am certainly hoping that, the government...
And frightening too.
I'm hoping that the government will try and get the house in some semblance of order, before, the season really starts to kick up in, August, September.
Do they have the money?
Well, again, if they don't have the money for a judge. All right, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hi, Mr. Perkins.
Hi, hello, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Not too bad, thank you.
All right, I'm glad to hear. There was a program...
I'm not hearing you very clearly.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me better? Okay. There was a program on one of the morning...
You're fading again.
Hello? Yeah, there was an interview.
Yes.
On one of the morning...
Keep it right there.
One of the morning television programs.
Yes.
With the LASCO Principal of the Year.
With what?
The LASCO Principal of the Year award winner.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And, it's interesting. She said something in the interview that I found very interesting. A question was asked of her if she's one of those principals who cracks the whip, one of those principals who throws her weight around. That's what the question was tantamount to. And she said, no, she believes in persuasion rather than coercion. And I was just saying that is a lesson that our leaders, could learn from that principle.
Yes.
That's a way to govern a country. It's through persuasion and, giving people a stake in the society that they live in.
Giving people a stake in the society.
Right.
Giving them a reason for thinking.
Thank you.
That the law is on their side and that they have a personal interest in respecting and upholding the law.
Exactly. Exactly. As we talk about coercion as opposed to persuasion, right? I was watching a program on North and South Korea. I was watching a program on North and South Korea.
Yes.
No, I know that you're a man of history, so you probably know this already. That the country is divided in half at the 38th parallel. Right?
Yes.
But for 3,000 years prior to that, there was one Korea. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's very interesting when you contrast both the North and the South. For example, 40% of the North Korean children are malnourished.
Yes.
Right? The hospital system in the country is horrendous, Mr. Perkins. That you see, for IV drips, they have to be using drinks bottle, empty drinks bottle, soda bottles, right? And they say that the average North Korean child is at least 5 inches shorter than their South Korean counterpart. The same people come from the same stock, same genetic makeup. Am I right, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
But it's the two different system of government. I've already always said, that that democracy and the free market system is more efficient than communism and a state-controlled economy.
Well, it has... Hold on just a moment. Hold on.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're opened 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me. From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotia Bank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins, we're saying. Now we're contrasting the fortunes of the two Koreas in terms of looking at the two different systems of...
You know, sir, socialism has been a proved failure, you know.
Yes.
And there is nowhere that it is better demonstrated, or more vividly so, than in that...
in Korea.
Yes, that you're talking about there.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You know, it's about ideology, you know, Mr. Perkins, because you said that their leader, I think it's Kim Il-sung, I think that's, because, you know, his father was...
You must try and find an opportunity to talk to Mr. John Maxwell about this, you see?
Yes, sir. Because, you know, Mr. Perkins, it's idea in North Korea, right? It's a Korean term. I don't remember the term, but it's tantamount to saying we reject all things foreign.
Yes.
We reject all ideas, all technologies foreign, so on, so on. So
well, that's nonsense.
And how a nation going to develop? You know, I tell people it's like how you going to have it's cross-pollination of cultures that cause cultures to advance. You know, we all. You know, everybody learning from each other, right? So if you're going to reject all things foreign, then you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Perkins.
No.
You know? And that's what, and you know, as I say, it's a good example, North and South Korea, you know? And we in Jamaica now, we must decide what we want for our country.
Which one we want, which way we want to go.
Exactly.
Right? That's quite true.
We have to decide it. You know, my father and I talk about this gun culture in Jamaica all the while. My father and I, we talk about the gun culture in Jamaica all the while.
Yes.
And he is of the opinion that we blame the politicians too much.
They blame the politicians?
Yes, because there was a gun culture already imported in Jamaica in the 60s. Because there were North American cowboy movies, you know, showing Gary Cooper and John Wayne.
Well, you know, so there have been North American cowboy movies in this country since I don't know, the 40s, at least the early 40s.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, I was seeing movies, North American cowboy movies in those years.
Exactly. And you didn't turn out a gunman.
Eh?
And you didn't turn out a gunman.
Well, I haven't up to now.
I'm probably know it's too
but
late.
Give me time.
No, but you know, but I tell him I disagree with him because I am saying, Mr. Perkins, if if you have wayward young men, you have wayward young men in all societies, right?
Yes.
But if people who are supposed to know better come and arm these young men for political ends, I
look,
think
sir,
that's the seed that what was sowing now,
that
Mr.
is
Perkins.
that is part of the problem, right? But it isn't just a matter of the waywardness of young men, right? People, what we should be seeking to do, right, is to give people the opportunity to achieve what they hope to achieve by legal means. We have deprived them of those opportunities in this country, right? And so they go about trying to get it by legal means.
Yeah, because everybody has to eat.
Everybody wants to eat.
Yeah,
everybody wants to lie in a comfortable bed.
Exactly.
Right? Everybody wants to be able to sort of go out and enjoy himself and to wear some good clothes and whatever else. To live in a nice house and so on.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And if you give people the opportunity to come by these things in lawful ways, they will, to begin with, it will be less risky for them to go about it that way.
Yes.
Than for them to go about it by the gun.
True.
Am I right?
I agree with you, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
They'll take the easier route to success.
Yes, nobody wants to subject himself to undue risk.
No.
And to the possibility of being locked up in a place like the General Penitentiary for 30 years of his life.
You're going to choose the path of least resistance.
Absolutely.
Least risk. Right. That's true, Mr. Perkins.
But the problem of this society, sir, is that we are depriving our people of opportunity. Right?
I think it has to do with us, with a lot of culturally, we have a lot of beliefs that are bad for us, Mr. Perkins.
Yes. And you know one of the principal ones?
Which one, Mr. Perkins?
I call it the paradigm of the plantation.
Yes, sir. I know that one quite well. Yeah, man.
That is the problem.
We're a society, we're a strata society with levels. According to the level you are, is according to the treatment you get.
Yes.
And the privileges you get.
Yes.
Right? It's according to the level.
And you know what is sad? That the people who are most guilty of this are the ones who talk most about black man time.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because they see themselves as rising to the level of the great house.
Right.
And when them get in at the great house there,
them even more brutal than the white man.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
You know, I tell my wife that I would love to write a book on cultural beliefs that keep us back, you know, and let Jamaicans see the printed word and really look into themselves.
Yes.
For example, I was telling her about one. When a girl, first time when a girl picked the born, you're the father saying, but now I'm going to spend the money on her because all I'm sure come breed. And you know, it's almost like you're not giving the child a chance.
Yes.
Before the child even reach anywhere.
Yes.
You know, you're condemning the child already and basically to a life of non-performance.
True.
You know, and even this thing, when a man do something...
And not just non-perform, but want and despair.
Exactly, Mr. Perkins.
Right?
You know, next one to Mr. Perkins, when a man do something deceitful, we say, boy, I'm smart. I'm smart, man. I'm smart.
Well, what did Peter Phillips tell us?
The man who play by the rules gets
shafted.
The
man who play by the rules gets shafted.
Yes, sir.
As a man who can practice deceit and... you know, not play by the rules.
Him smart.
That one smart.
I must emulate him.
Yeah,
That's
man.
a man to emulate.
But if you see him, you're a youngster. I mean, I was telling the story a while ago of that woman, a teacher, who tell me that the boy them tell her that what's she going on up there at the blackboard.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
A foolishness.
That's true.
Now, can you understand? She have to stand up. A bus stop, a beg lift, right?
And she know more than them.
And she is teaching them. What she is teaching them is not helping her to a position of being independent and not being able to drive her own bima and thing, right? Them want drive bima. Then she them a follow. Right?
Not if them want to drive a bimmer, Mr. Perkins. Not if them want to drive
No, them a look out there and see the man, them want drive bimmer. And where them a don't forget bimmer. Right?
Yes, sir. A lot of wealth without work.
Well, all right. Well, there you are.
And that's one of the cardinal sin of
There you are. Yes.
Boy, Mr. Perkins, we just need to clean up ourselves culturally.
Yes.
You know, we need to get, it's the mental slavery thing. You know, Marcus Garvey was right. Bob Marley come repeat it in song, and people talk about it. You've been talking about thinking for yourself.
Yes.
Thinking for yourself, man. Weighing the facts. Reasoning out things for yourself. Right? Because that's the only way you can make informed decisions. Because that's what democracy is about.
Absolutely,
right?
sir.
It's not a perfect system, but it's the best we have, Mr. Perkins.
Well, it is the best that there has ever been.
It's the best that there has ever been. I'm not going to pretend that it's utopian, right? I would never do that, right? But all I'm saying is the best we have.
Yes.
So let's work with it.
Absolutely.
And let us decide whether we want to go North Korea style or South Korea style.
Absolutely, sir.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes?
Hello. Can I talk to Mr. Perkins?
Yes, I'm the beast.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. How are you, sir?
Not as bad as, not as good as you.
Congratulations to you on the wonderful work that you are doing.
Eh?
I love you, sir.
You love me?
Yes.
Oh, Lord, boy.
You talk about things I really love.
Oh.
Mr. Perkins, I have a great issue.
Eh?
I'm calling from Manchester.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, I'm doing farming from I was a little girl, 12.
Yes.
Yam, plant yam. And Mr. Perkins, nothing I going for yam farmer.
Oh, yes?
Nothing.
Oh, God.
Mr. Perkins, imagine if you buy yam stick for $2,200, $100. Fertilizer for $1,890.
Buy your yam stick? Yam stick?
Yes.
For how much?
2002.
For 100 yam stick?
400.
Oh, boy.
400, right? And Mr. Perkins, $18, $15, $12 pound for yam. Mr. Perkins, we can't get to sell. Mr. Perkins, that's a young man now. I'm 46, and right now, Mr. Perkins, I feel to give up the farming. I don't walk up and don't do anything at all.
Yes, right.
I can't work. Miss Post, and I take up for you at all. You know, look out for me.
What kind of yam you grow?
Round leaf. Not going for Mr. Perkins. We are suffer. Manchester and Chilani, we are suffer, so we are suffer. Mr. Perkins can hardly survive. Some of them can't sell and children at school and one little bill you can't pay.
Yes.
Right now, the yam them burn up. What she do for me now? Do not, me not even talk about what I talk about. Me not talk about him kind of look out for me neither.
Oh, yes?
No, sir.
But look here, let me ask you something.
Yes.
If things are not working with the yam, why you don't try something else?
Mr. Perkins, me don't have anything else to try. I just the yam. I just yam. From me a little girl until now, from 12-year-old, I just the yam. I send my children them at school, graduate them also.
Oh, yes?
Yes. So, Mr. Perkins, if them did I give it $30 pound, Mr. Perkins. Believe me, Mr. Perkins. Nothing, sir, nothing. Supposed to say burn up yam, Manchester.
Oh, God.
Supposed to say burn up yam, sir. One that is a government, we are going dead. Mr. Perkins, we are going to die.
Oh, yes?
Yam farmer them, yes?
No, man, you have to try. You have to try do something.
Mr. Perkins, what else can we do? We have the yam head, we can't dash away. We have to plant it back. What we are going to do? We can't hire one man. What we are going to do, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, but there's no use going on planting it if you can't sell it at a good
Mr. Perkins,
price.
what else? What are we going to do?
How much a price you get for it?
We get from 12 and now it's 15 on the height. Well, the shipment, them are 18. And on everybody yam beer.
Yes.
And everybody beer, Mr. Perkins, so why me no know? Me no know what Miss Portia can do for me. Me not talk about 12 o'clock. He must have plant key and all time. Which part? And we know that's St. Elizabeth. Mr. Perkins, take care of yourself, sir.
All right, my darling.
Talk out for them, Mr. Perkins. We are dead at Manchester and Chilani. You hear, sir?
Well, I hope you find some way out of it soon.
Mr. Perkins, thanks.
All right.
I love you.
All the best. Okay. That brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow. Usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.